Is Aaron from Eversource here? Anyone from Eversource?
Yep, I have a bunch of folks from Eversource. I haven't pulled them in yet. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, no problem.
Counselor, I was in East Boston yesterday. My daughter and I dropped off, we had some dry goods. We dropped them off at that Grace Church there.
Oh, Grace Church. Thank you.
No problem. But it's absolutely, well, it's an excuse to swing by Constitution Beach too, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Cute
Swing by with a mask, right?
Yeah, exactly. 6 feet apart.
Yeah. So besides having the best view, Eddie, East Boston also has the best beaches. I'm just letting you know. I just at some point Southeast is going to have to accept those very, very, clear facts. Sorry.
Well, you got the 2 best pizza places in the city in your district.
All right. I'll take it.
Galleria Umberto on Hanover Street and Santapio's.
There you go. Well, you can say it. I can't say it. I can't say which ones are the best ones. We definitely, District 1 has the best food.
Yes.
That's true. You could go to La Hacienda, to Umberto's, right? You could go to Monument. Yeah, we got the best food.
I went by Umberto's last week.
Oh.
We got a to-go order. It was excellent.
Oh.
Hi, Counselor. This is Erin from Eversource.
Hi,
Erin.
Erin.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Hi,
Good,
Counselor
good.
Flynn.
Hi, Erin.
Good morning, folks. This is Bob Clark, also from Eversource. I'm trying to figure out the video, but
We can hear you fine,
Yeah.
though. That's good. Oh, there you are.
Sure.
I'm just looking.
Hi, good afternoon. Nicole's on. Nicole Bowden with Eversource.
Hi, Nicole.
How are you?
Well, how are you?
Quarantine, homeschool, mom things, new routine.
Oh, man.
And
Council,
just so we are aware, Nicole's going to be taking the lead from Eversource in terms of fielding the questions as to who they should go to from an Eversource perspective.
I see. So, okay. That'll be opened after. Okay, so they might just direct them all together. There might just be general questions, and then Nicole, I understand, then you'll just direct towards who's going to answer them in Eversource. It's fine. That's fine.
Awesome. Thank you.
And
Council
just,
Flynn,
I sent an email to Aaron, but just again, a quick, if you guys are going to refer to anything on the website, I have my computer open. So just to say the website address, the document you're referring to, and the page number. If you're going, I know you have a PowerPoint, and I think you have a video, but if you go beyond that is what I'm saying. If you say it's in the such and such document, it'd be very helpful because we can actually follow along now with the documents.
Absolutely. I think that makes sense. And we
Thank
spoke
you.
about that.
Yes, wonderful. Okay, great.
Council Flynn, we're live and ready to go whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Kerry. Good evening. Thank you for attending this City Council hearing today. My name is City Councilor Ed Flynn, and I'm the chair of the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services. Today, we are having a hearing on docket 0287, order for a hearing regarding energy distribution in East Boston and the location, need, and safety of a proposed substation in the Eagle Hill neighborhood. The hearing was sponsored by City Councilor Lydia Edwards and was referred to this committee on January 28th. The public may watch this hearing via live stream at boston.gov/citycouncil-tv. It will also be rebroadcast at a later date on Comcast 8, RCN 82, Verizon 1964. I want to thank the panelists for being here today, and I also want to thank my colleagues for attending this hearing as well. This is a simultaneous interpretation available in Spanish during this public hearing. At the bottom of the screen, you will see a global button. You can click on that global button and select the channel in the language you would like to listen to. You can also turn off the English channel if you do not want to hear the original audio in the background. To make it easier for our interpreter, please keep your remarks as brief as possible and speak slowly and clearly. If someone has trouble with the translation, they should email juleidy.valdez@boston.gov. We have a lot of people participating in this hearing today, so I would like to ask that our panelists to please keep your presentation brief and be within 5 minutes. I would also ask that residents who are testifying to try to keep their comments within 2 minutes. I will let the sponsor of the hearing offer brief remarks, then hand it over to the panel of experts. After that, I will call for the first portion of public testimony. Then we'll have a presentation from the Eversource and Massport panel. Then I will also open it up to my colleagues who have questions, then move on to the public testimony as well. I'd also like to recognize Chris Cook from the City of Boston, the Mayor's Office, that's also here as well. The expert panelists we have today are John Walke from Green Roots, Roseanne Bongiovanelli from Green Roots, Marcos Luna from the Union of Concerned Scientists, Paul Garcia, Union of Concerned Scientists. At this time, I'd like to ask City Councilor Lydia Edwards to offer opening comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flynn. Thank you for helping to coordinate this. I initially approached you when this got assigned to your committee, and you were happy and willing to come over to East Boston for not only the best pizza, as you said, so that's to Southie, but also for, I think, a very good demonstration in civic engagement, a very powerful conversation, and one that is absolutely committed to including everybody, no matter whether they speak English or not. And that's been part of your heart from day one. So I want to say thank you very much, Councillor Flynn. I want to say, I also wanted to acknowledge Representative Adrian Madero couldn't be here today. He had finished up a COVID and he is headed on to deal with a family matter, but he wanted to voice his absolute support of the community and wanting to get more answers about what's going on with the Eversource station, and that he stands quite firmly with me and the community, and being still suspect about the substation, concerned about its safety, and still not supporting its current location and plans. Still, we believe in process, we believe in communication, we believe in evidence, and so that's what this is about today. I became aware of this project when I was actually a councilor-elect in November 2017. And that was the first tentative decision. Here we are again, continue to have the same concerns voiced by many people in my community in more than one language. The project would result in the concentration of potentially superfluous infrastructure, an obstruction of neighborhood access to open space and waterfront, and an amplification of risks relative to neighborhood climate resiliency. Additionally, based on a review of Chapter 91 licensing to date and my communication with the Department of Environmental Protection, certain items submitted as evidence to the EFSB's proceedings may no longer be valid, and also may require additional review and may be challenged based on a ruling of water dependency alone. I just find that we are in the middle of a lot of different standards, concerns, and very few of the answers are coming from Eversource, from Massport. And so that's partly why we're having this. But I want to be very clear. If Eversource meets a basic legal standard, it still doesn't make it morally correct or right that it's here in our neighborhood. I'm not saying that they make any standards, but I am saying ultimately this process has been to the exclusion of too many of my constituents. It has been, I think, lacking creativity and any kind of true commitment to a green future for our community. We are an environmental justice community, and we deserve that type of analysis. I firmly believe that we have not been convinced nor given the evidence to demonstrate that we actually need a substation, that we need a substation in this location, that there are no other ways to design the substation using alternative energy, and that there is a substation being built on Massport property less than a half-mile away, and why that conversation can't be mirrored, can't be combined, or at least that there hasn't been a demonstration of true analysis of a relocation of this substation. I'm going to go through for people's background, and then I'll be very quiet. I want to go through the timeline for this. In 2010, the city of Boston engaged in a land swap deal that would give Eversource, then NSTAR, an easement to the public works yard. December 2014, Eversource informally presents at the Eagle Hill Neighborhood Association with no translation services or translated slide presentation. And December 23rd of 2014, Eversource files an initial 69J petition to the EFSB to build a substation and transmission line. This is followed by 9 attachments totaling 390 pages. In July of 2015, Eversource holds a public comment hearing in Chelsea at the Chelsea Senior Center. In November 2015, Eversource details that Massport Logan International Airport would represent approximately 35% of the total station load. Furthermore, Massport informed Eversource they are not increasing their electrical load. In November 2017, we have the EFSB's tentative decision favoring Eversource. And November 30th, the EFSB held a public hearing where a translator was on site. However, no allowance was made to consecutively translate the proceedings from English to Spanish, nor was equipment provided to facilitate simultaneous interpretation. Approximately 20 Spanish-speaking residents attended the hearing, most with limited to 0 English proficiency. Only 1 Spanish-speaking resident was able to testify to the board. In December, we had the EFSB final decision in favor of Eversource. In November of 2018, there was a notice of project change. February 2019, there was a public comment at the East Boston High School where the EFSB limited consideration to matters related to the project change. This was the first public comment hearing in 5 years to be held in East Boston. In August of 2019, the EFSB held a hearing that was plagued by translation technical issues, insufficient translation staffing, and translation staffing with insufficient training, resulting in a substandard interpretation. And I can't recall which one of those EFSB meetings there was, but I believe one of the critiques was that their slideshows were actually Eversource's, had their watermark on there. And it demonstrated to a lot of the community that there wasn't a true neutrality or separation between the agency and Eversource. In February 2020, there was a tentative decision. In March of 2020, the postponed EFSB hearing and vote was postponed due to this COVID virus. In April of 2020 to May 10th, there was a comment period for Chapter 91, and it was open and closed during the pandemic. And here we are today. I called for this hearing, as Councillor Flynn had noted, in between the proposed hearing order and a CONCOM commission hearing. The CONCOM commission hearing was delayed in order to allow for this hearing to happen today. I want to thank the members of the CONCOM for that. And so we are having this now today. This is an exciting moment in time, I believe, because there's a lot of questions. But I want to be clear, this is the time for the community to speak and be heard, where we have simultaneous translation. Just again, a reminder, as Councillor Flynn had noted, I will speak slower and I'll ask other folks to speak slower as well, to make sure that everyone feels welcome and everyone feels that they can be heard today. Thank you very much, Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards. I'd also like to recognize our colleagues that are here with us. City Councilor at Large, Anissa Asabi George, Councilor Flaherty, and Councilor Mejia. I would like to ask if my colleagues would like to make a brief opening statement, and I'll start with Councilor Asabi George first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the maker for having this hearing this afternoon. As someone who spent a lot of my professional life in East Boston, this is really important to the community to have a deeper and more accurate understanding of what's at stake here, what's at work here, and what the sort of the rest of the story is to this substation. There's a lot of, I think, missing information. And hopefully today's hearing will give us an opportunity to put some more of those pieces together. I want to thank the district councilor for her steadfast efforts and persistence in this space, and certainly want to thank the community because they have been tireless in their work to bring attention to this matter, to get as much information as they possibly can. And hopefully this hearing sponsored by Councillor Edwards will bring sort of the rest of the story to light. So appreciate the everyone's attendance. It looks like it's well attended this morning, and look forward to what we learned today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Edwards, for sponsoring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. I'd like to recognize Councilor Julia Mejia. Councilor Mejia.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Flynn, for recognizing me, and thank you to my colleague Lydia Edwards Councilor Edwards for hosting this hearing. Really, I'm grateful to be a part of it. Thank you to the maker and the chair for holding this hearing. Last Friday, the Committee on Civil Rights held a hearing on language access and found that there is a lot of work to be done when it comes to making information more readily available to non-English speakers. What I was hoping to hear from members of the sitting board, given their well-documented failure to provide a platform for non-English speakers to make their voices heard in this process. If they are here to answer questions, I look forward to engaging in a solution-oriented conversation to see how we can make sure this doesn't happen again. If they are not present, which I believe they are, I don't know, because there's 71 people here and I joined late, so I'm not gonna make, they're here. Okay, well, thank you for joining us. I do appreciate you being here. I will still be pressing this issue to make sure that the voices of our constituents, regardless of what language they speak, does not go unheard. I want to thank the community activists, particularly the team at Green Roots, for all their hard work in pushing on this issue and holding us accountable. I also want to thank again the chair and the sponsor for holding this hearing. This pandemic is not an excuse to get the work done on behalf of our people. So basically, in other words, it's just because we're dealing with this pandemic, we shouldn't have an excuse of doing this work. And I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue and ask these important questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Now I'd like to ask City Councilor Michael Flaherty to offer comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I want to thank you for holding the hearing, and the lead sponsor, my colleague from East Boston, Councilor Lydia Edwards, for being the lead sponsor, and look forward to getting some more information here. Obviously, East Boston is a great neighborhood. It's almost a second home for me, and want to make sure that the topic in the subject around energy and energy delivery and location is done respectfully, and make sure that we give folks the facts as to what it is and what it isn't, and most importantly, make sure that whatever decision is made, it's in the best interest of East Boston and that it's safe. And so I'm confident. Obviously, I'm looking at some of the participants here. I'm confident that hopefully folks will meet the lead sponsor and the community halfway and/or try to work with everyone to make sure that whatever's there is in the best interest of East Boston. So I'll be supporting East Boston every step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council Flaherty. At this time, our expert panelists, we're going to ask them to testify from Green Roots, John Walke and Roseanne Bonavenari at Green Roots, Marcos Luna at Union of Concerned Scientists, and Paula Garcia also at the Union of Concerned Scientists. Maybe we can start with you, John.
Actually, I'll hand it off to Rosie to start off, if you want to start off, Rosie.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Edwards and the entire Boston City Council and the City of Boston for having us today. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak before you. My name is Roseanne Bongiovanni. I'm the Executive Director of Green Roots. Green Roots is an environmental justice organization located in Chelsea, and we organize in the two communities of Chelsea and East Boston. I'm a lifelong resident of Chelsea. I'm here right now in the city that's most impacted by COVID. I'm a former city councilor and president of the Chelsea City Council, and I have a background in public health. And I'd like to again thank Councilor Edwards for this opportunity to speak. It feels really great that the community has this opportunity because throughout this process, there has really been very limited ability for the community to voice its concerns on the multitude of issues that we see with this proposed project. I'd like to just maybe give a little bit of background on the two communities that are shouldering so much of the burden for the entire region. As I said, I'm a resident of Chelsea, but Chelsea and East Boston are two very similar communities. Chelsea is the smallest city in the entire state of Massachusetts at 1.8 square miles. And East Boston, as you all know, is very similar to Chelsea. While it's 5 square miles, 3 of those square miles are taken up by the airport. So residents are very densely populated in roughly 2 square miles. And yet our two communities, some of the lowest income and most ethnically diverse communities in the entire state, are shouldering the burden for so much of New England's benefit. Our entire waterfront is home to all of the jet fuel that's used at Logan International Airport, regional heating fuel that serves 70 to 80% of all of New England, road salt for over 350 communities in the entire Northeast. And in Chelsea, we're home to the largest privately owned produce distribution center that provides fruit and produce to up to the southern Canadian provinces and all the way down to New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And as we all know, we are right under Logan's flight patterns. Our air quality is severely compromised. Our public health is severely compromised. And our entire quality of life is severely compromised. For the past 25 years, we have been fighting to get better quality environment and better quality open space. And we've been fighting for what should be, human rights, clean air, clean water, clean land, and the opportunity to access our own waterfront. In East Boston, the Condor Street Urban Wild stands as a success, an example of what can be done when communities come together. That began in 1997 when residents from East Boston were very upset that the Hess oil tanks were dilapidated and rusting on the Chelsea Creek waterfront. They organized, they became empowered, and they were successful in taking those tanks down. And after they saw those tanks come down, they said, we have the ability to do almost anything here. And they worked very closely with the EPA and with the City of Boston to make sure that the Condor Street Urban Wild, which was once fenced off and abandoned contaminated piece of land, was transformed into the first waterfront park on the Chelsea Creek. And now, over 20 years later, that waterfront park has seen dozens and dozens and dozens of residents, particularly young children, who have the opportunity to access that waterfront. Now, with Eversource sitting directly next to the Condor Street Urban Wild, we're threatening those very children and those very families who fought so hard to have that access to the waterfront. And we see thousands of people playing in the American Legion field right across the street, again, directly adjacent to where Eversource is proposing to put their substation. Again, showing that so many industries, especially utility companies like Eversource, have very, very little regard for the lives of folks who live in low-income communities and communities of color like Chelsea and East Boston. As Councilor Edwards said, there was no public hearing on this matter in East Boston. This project goes back over 10 years. I would think in the 10-year timeframe that this project was originally introduced, that we would have new technology like microgrids and renewable energy that utility companies would be proposing instead of archaic infrastructure on the backs of the most overburdened community members. And yet, they're still pressing forward with no public hearing in East Boston and very little opportunity for East E residents to be involved. As Councilor Edwards said on November 30th of 2017, when the initial decision was essentially announced at the Energy Facility Siting Board hearing, that hearing was taking place during the day, during work hours, and folks from the community seeing that as the one opportunity for them to participate in the final decision, got daycare providers, babysitters, and took days off of work, took hours off of work to go down to Boston to participate in this hearing. We asked well in advance for interpretation for our residents who would be there. We were assured that interpretation would be provided, and yet when we got there, there was an interpreter who would not interpret for us because the Energy Facility Siting Board said, "We're sorry, but it's just going to be too cumbersome for us to interpret this hearing. So if you want to say anything in Spanish, we'll interpret for the board's benefit." So essentially residents were sitting there for 4 to 5 hours to hear very technical information in English. And then how were they supposed to understand that information and articulate their concerns with regard to that information back? As Councilor Edwards said, one community member got up and spoke and said that it was such a disgrace to our state, a disgrace to Eversource, a disgrace to our community, to our city, that again, low-income communities and communities of color have to shoulder the burden for all of these industrial hazards. And yet when they have the opportunity to speak, they're still not given that proper opportunity. We intervened as an organization shortly thereafter, and we have been fighting for full translation and public and language justice and language access. We have been asking the company to reconsider, to rethink their plan, and to take into consideration the folks in Chelsea and East Boston. Particularly now, I would like to maybe end on one point. Chelsea is the hardest hit city in the entire state of Massachusetts. We have 6 times the state's rate of COVID infections. And East Boston is one of the hardest hit neighborhoods in Boston with COVID infections. Our two communities have shown over and over and over and over again that we're sacrificing our health, sacrificing our quality of life, and sacrificing our own environment and betterment of the community, our own lives, essentially for the entire region. When, I ask, when will a utility company or an industry say, we'll sacrifice this one deal so that we don't make all of this money and we'll put it somewhere else that's not on the backs of the poorest and most vulnerable folks? Rather than do that in the peak of COVID infections, Eversource reached out to a number of community-based organizations saying, we'll give you some money for your COVID response, but you have to put our logo on your website. And so a few community organizations did that for the tune of $1,000, $1,500. Eversource is offering the most impacted communities $1,500 for their COVID response. But in order to get that $1,500, you have to put their logo on your website. What a disgrace. What a disgrace for the state of Massachusetts. What a disgrace for this utility company to continue to insult the people of Chelsea and East Boston like this. I want to thank the City Council for this opportunity. And I hope that, as Councilor Edwards said, this is a learning moment for us all, that COVID has changed our mind, has opened our eyes, and has shown how folks are literally sacrificing their lives every single day. And that we will say enough is enough, and we will actually implement environmental justice for all environmental justice communities. Thank you, Counselor Edwards, and thank you, Counselor Flynn, and the rest of the Boston City Council.
Thank you, Roseanne. Next up, I'd like to ask John if you'd like to offer comments.
I feel like it's Congress here. I'm going to defer to the gentleman from Eagle Hill, Marcos Luna. If Dr. Luna could provide his testimony.
Yeah, that'd be great. Dr. Luna from Union of Concerned Scientists.
So thank you, Counselor. I wanted to just clarify. So my name is Marcos Luna. I'm a professor of geography and sustainability at Salem State University, but I would love to be a part of the Union of Concerned Scientists. I use their work all the time. I am also the graduate coordinator for the Geoinformation Sciences program there. So I work a lot with analyses of environmental risk in a variety of contexts, including flooding, and certainly flooding is one of the prime concerns around climate change. And so that's a big thing that we're paying a lot of attention to.
Okay.
My main concern with the proposed project, the substation, is that the location is really bad. It's an area that's likely to be flooded in the foreseeable future. The latest analyses done by Climate Ready Boston, which identify areas that are particularly prone to flooding, show that a lot of the coastal areas, and particularly areas along Chelsea Creek, are likely to be subject to flooding. Right now, the substation would be outside of any flood zone, so it's technically safe for the moment, but everyone understands, and I mean everyone, I mean the entire academic community, as well as a federal emergency management agency, that that's going to change in the future, and we anticipate that sea level rise is one of the ways that this is going to happen. And so that means that the water's going to rise, it's going to penetrate inland, and it's going to start flooding more and more areas over time. But the particular extent of that flooding is still somewhat unknown because we're looking out into the future. Eversource has proposed to accommodate that risk by elevating the site with a design flood elevation that brings it to a higher elevation relative to the water. And so that will address some of the near-term risks, but not the long-term risks. And one of the main concerns that I've had is that they're not planning for a worst-case scenario. They're planning for a middle-of-the-road, or I've been arguing an optimistic scenario of climate change and flooding over the long time. So the concern then is that this essential infrastructure should be, we should be planning for a worst-case scenario for flooding. And so when it comes to sea level rise from climate change, by the end of the century, you're looking at a water height that could be up to 10.5 feet higher. And that would place the substation, even though it's raised, up to under 2 to 3 feet of water if the flood goes that high. And that's one possible scenario. Now, I've submitted testimony to Juan Lopez, I believe that was the correct person to send it to, and that includes the maps and projections of those scenarios. Those are updated to incorporate the design flood elevations. I'm sort of speaking to Eversource here too as well, so that you can see that how that changes the risk, and it doesn't for the long term. The other thing too that's not accounted for is that we know that sea level rise is likely to penetrate inland and raise the risk of flooding, but other things are happening too, and one of them is rain. We're getting a lot more intense rain more frequently, and the Boston Water and Sewer Commission has already identified that the sewer system currently is unable to handle 10-year rain events, which are essentially large sudden storms that occur with middle of the road frequency, not even take into account really intense rainstorms. And so the flood scenarios that I proposed, or not proposed rather, but analyzed and shown where the water will go if the sea level rises. The funny thing is those projections, which are consistent with what Climate Ready Boston has shown, are for 20, 30 years out. But what we're seeing is that currently with just rainstorms, Condor Street in particular, which is right where the station would be located, is already flooding. It's already flooding under more than a foot of water, and that's not taking into account sea level rise. So it's very likely that the projections for flooding are underestimates of the real risk. And partly because no one has studied the impact of what rain will do, not Eversource and not Climate Ready Boston. Those things are really fuzzy. They're only accounting for sea level rise and what that might mean for the risk of flooding in that area. So we have the projections for flooding from the coast as the water rises, when storms arrive. We are also in a hurricane zone. They don't happen very often, but they do happen here, and we are actually overdue for a hurricane, and that would really considerably raise the prospect of storm surge penetrating inland. If that were to happen with intense rainfall, you'd have the double effect of rainwater backing up in the overburdened sewer system, as well as the water being pushed onto land from the coast. And those combined effects are not modeled by anyone. So we don't even know the full extent, but we do know it would be worse than the modeling that we have currently. So overall, my main concern is that the location that's been proposed is an area that we know will flood, and the flooding will only get worse over time. And so it seems short-sighted to place essential important infrastructure right in harm's way. And so I would advise that this is a poor location to put infrastructure like this. If anything, you would want something there that can be flooded safely over time, not something that should stay away from water. That's all I want to conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, I was going to ask Naomi Rodriguez, Eagle Hill resident, Green Root staff.
I think she might still be in the attendees list. I don't know if, while we wait for her to go up to the panelist status so she could speak, if Brindis Woods would be able to speak, who is energy sector person.
Yep, we have her, Brandis Woods, Applied Economics Clinic. Brandis?
Yeah, hi, thank you. I should speak now? I'm just clarifying.
Yes, that'd be perfect.
All right, great, thank you. Thank you, Chelsea City Councilors, for this opportunity today. I'm Brindis.
Boston.
Sorry, Boston City Councilors, my two cities in my head. I am Brindis Woods. I am a researcher at the Applied Economics Clinic. We are a nonprofit independent consulting firm based in Arlington, and I'm gonna talk to you guys about some testimony that I filed last year on behalf of Green Roots in the EFSB docket. And my testimony looked at Eversource's justifications for the need for the project. And for that reason, my testimony was not taken up during the EFSB proceedings due to the fact that the issue of need had already been addressed. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about it here today to the community. So I sent along my testimony, or John Walkie did on my behalf, sent along my testimony. So I believe that means it's available to everyone on this call. It is also publicly available on our website, aeclinic.org, so you can go there and see it. In that testimony, I go over Eversource's justifications of the need for the project, but today I'm just going to focus on one of those, which to me is the most important. So Eversource says that the substation is needed because they forecast that electric load is going to increase into the future, and that's going to violate some reliability thresholds in the Chelsea, East Boston, Lynn load pocket. When Eversource made its initial filing back in 2014, I believe it was, they were using load forecasts from ISO New England from their 2013 load forecast report. That was later updated to use their 2015 load forecast report. These forecast reports, though, from ISO New England come out every single year, which means that 2019 was available at the time of my testimony, and the 2020 report is now available as well. And John, I believe, I don't know if everyone can see this figure that has just been pulled up, but this is from my testimony. And this is sort of the crux of what I was trying to say, which is that when Eversource determined the need for the project based on, the violation of these reliability thresholds, electric load in Massachusetts was forecasted to increase on the order of about 0.4% per year through 2019, from 2019 through 2022. that's the 2015 report. If you look at the 2019 report, then that forecast has gone from increasing electric load in Massachusetts to decreasing electric load in Massachusetts. So not only has the amount of load increase that's expected gone down, it's shifted direction. It's now anticipated to be decreasing year on year rather than increasing year on year. However, Eversource has not updated its load forecast. It has not made publicly available any updated internal load forecasting either. And this is a really important piece of information, I think, for the company to be very clear with the community about what they are anticipating in this load pocket and how those expectations around consumer demand influence their perception of the need for this project. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Sorry for calling you Chelsea City Councilors, Boston City Councilors. And that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paula Garcia. Is Paula with us?
Yes, here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Councillor Edward, Councillor Flynn, and members of the Committee on City and Neighborhood Services. My name is Paula Garcia, and I am an energy analyst at the Union of Concerned Scientists, a nonprofit that puts rigorous, independent science to work to solve our planet's most pressing problems. I'm here today to express UCS's strong opposition to the current proposal from Eversource to locate a high voltage substation in the Eagle Hill neighborhood. Our opposition to this proposal is based on the project's lack of clear technical merit, its poor location, including with regard to the Commonwealth's need for climate-safe infrastructure, and the complete lack of proper community engagement in the process. So on the lack of clear technical merit, the proposal falls short in a variety of technical aspects. One is the lack of demonstrated need for the substation in the foreseeable future, as Brindis was explaining just a few minutes ago. Eversource seems to ignore completely changes in electricity demand in the region and in Massachusetts since the submission of the original proposal. In fact, the last 10-year forecast from ISO New England shows that even under extreme summer weather, expected peak demand for the overall region will actually decline over time. Likewise, the information provided by Eversource shows no sign of alternatives having been assessed on technical merits and compared on a cost basis. Our own analysis of just one local technical option, local clean energy option, strongly suggests that there are plausible alternatives given the changes in technologies, costs, and needs, as detailed in our written comments. The results of our analysis illustrate some of the benefits of a transition to solar and energy storage at a local level, including increasing reliability, saving ratepayers money, lowering consumer electricity bills, reducing carbon emissions while advancing city and state goals, climate goals, and increasing local resilience. Eversource's failure to provide up-to-date, transparent information justifying the need for the substation and evaluating alternatives provides no solid justification for its proposed cost to ratepayers of close to $50 million. A second category of failings concerns the poor location, as expressed previously by Marcos Luna, and the lack of climate preparedness of the project. Here also, Eversource proposal fails in multiple respects. One is the chosen site in a community whose residents already face a broad range of environmental justice challenges, as shared at the beginning by Roseanne. The location is also close to 8 million gallons of jet fuel. It's across from a playground and in a site that floods presently and that will be at risk of chronic inundation this century due to sea level rise. And a third category of failings concerns the complete lack of proper community engagement. The community has genuine concerns about the project, and the engagement process carried out by Eversource and the Energy Facility Siting Board has been far from adequate to collect and consider those concerns. Those failures include, as we heard, an almost total lack of attention to language barriers in a community that is more than half Latinx, including many non-English speakers. So given these failings, we respectfully ask that this committee use every possible mechanism to ensure that this or any related substation proposal from Eversource not be approved unless and until these considerable failings are addressed. We very much appreciate your strong attention to the concerns of the community and concerns about the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Naomi Rodriguez from the Eagle Hill, an Eagle Hill resident, also from Green Roots.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Noemi Rodríguez y soy una madre residente de hace 8 años en East Boston y tengo 3 niños, la cual uno se han crecido aquí, uno de ellos, y la preocupación más grande es de que también soy parte de la comunidad, soy activista con diferentes organizaciones y trabajo muy de junto con la comunidad inmigrante hispana. Parte de la preocupación que yo tengo es la construcción de esta planta eléctrica debido a la interpretación de algunos documentos, ¿verdad? Que se han tardado para interpretarlos. La otra es las invitaciones para las juntas, que no han quedado muy claras. Entonces, Eversource, cuando ha venido a dar sus reuniones, muchas veces no hemos tenido la invitación de parte de Eversource. Muchas veces ha sido de parte de otras organizaciones que han traído este mensaje hacia la comunidad, ¿verdad? Y yo soy parte de esta comunidad, soy parte de la West Eagle y es bien preocupante porque nosotros que estamos vulnerables hacia ese peligro no somos comunicados y tenemos hijos que van a jugar a ese parque. Yo también fui parte de un equipo de fútbol donde yo jugaba en este parque cada domingo y es preocupante una planta eléctrica cerca de un río donde en un momento u otro puede pasar una desgracia y nosotros estando ahí con nuestras familias. Yo me opongo a que esta planta eléctrica no sea construida y que puedan traer algo que pueda agradar a la comunidad, ya que ahora mismo estamos viendo la falta de respiración, la contaminación masiva que tenemos dentro de nuestro barrio. Nuestra gente está siendo muy contagiada debido a la falta de oxígeno que existe dentro de este vecindario. Y por lo tanto, como madre de familia, me opongo a que no exista una planta eléctrica. Lo que queremos es algo agradable para el ambiente, para el futuro de nuestros hijos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd also like to remind everyone to speak slowly, and you also can make comments in Zoom and YouTube, and your comments will be added to the queue for public testimony as well. Next I have scheduled is a Cambridge resident, Eon Levy.
Mr. Flynn, I'm sorry to interrupt. Gabriella Herrera, the interpreter, is trying to speak so that she can offer translation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for telling me that.
No problem.
Yes. Hello. Yes, my name is Ilan Levy. I'm a resident from East Cambridge, and over the
Sounds
last.
as if you can only
One
hear
second.
Can you hear me?
for interpretation. So she keeps
sorry.
talking, asking if
sorry.
you can hear her.
We cannot
Yes, I-
hear her. Gabrielle, we cannot hear you for your interpretation.
Gabriela?
Hi, everybody. Central staff is trying to switch her to a panelist. Just
Yeah.
one moment.
Yep, now we can.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, should I go ahead?
No, we're still waiting for Gabriella to interpret.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. We're still trying to get central staff to switch the interpreter from the Spanish line to the English line. Please hold on for one moment.
Thank you.
She can't hear you say that though, Counselor. She keeps saying if you have the English translation on,
We
she's
hear you now.
continuing to talk. So I don't know if you could reach out to Gabriela directly.
Yes.
But for folks who don't speak Spanish, that's exactly what it's like to be in the opposite position, to be an English, to be a Spanish speaker, hear everything all in English and not have that translation. So imagine 4 hours of that in very
Right.
technical English.
It's a good point. I agree.
Gabriella, can you hear us?
I would like to add also that I appreciate taking the time to wait for the translation so that everyone can understand what Noemi shared.
Yeah, thank you. That's an important comment that you made. Thank you, Paula.
Just a quick update. It appears non-panelists can hear her. However, panelists and counselors cannot. So they're still trying to figure this out. Just one more moment.
Could it be that counselors and panelists need to turn on the English interpretation line on our devices?
Let's go ahead and try that.
Okay, I'm gonna do as an experiment and see if that helps.
City Councilor Edwards, your suggestion worked for me.
Okay, so all the panelists, please go either click on the blue button and look for English interpretation. On my device, it's actually under the tab called More. When you click on that, it says language interpretation, and then it gives you the options.
Councilor Edwards, it worked for me as well.
Okay, so I'm on that now.
Mine was like a globe sign on the bottom.
Yes, or most people have a blue dot. I don't have a blue dot.
Yeah, mine is in English. I have a little globe and I'm good.
Gabriella, could you speak again?
¿Ustedes quieren agua?
I'm still not hearing Gabriella. If you hear us, Gabriella, can you write a message on the chat?
I hear her testimony, just so you know, Councilor Edwards. I've been hearing everything that she's has said so far.
Which channel are you on? Maybe I'm on the wrong one. Is everyone else hearing it? Not me?
I'm on the English and I can hear her.
I hear her perfectly.
I hear her as well.
Then it's just me. Okay. Eddie, do you hear her?
No, I can't hear.
I think I hear you now. So, but I'm gonna text him. He might be on the channel, but not muting the other one. So if you want to, if you've said it more than once, Gabriella, okay. Thank you. Also, for those watching, your testimony was recorded, so we do have it. Her interpretation was recorded, so okay. Thank you very much, Gabriella. No, it's okay. We're gonna go on and know that it was said 3 times and recorded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person I have scheduled.
Okay.
The next
Councilor
person.
Flynn?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hey, Councilor Edwards.
So I spoke, did you hear Gabriella, Councilor Flynn?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't hear her. No.
I'm actually reading your lips because I can't hear you, but
I think everybody has
Gabriella
to turn their
actually went through the
interpretation off.
testimony 3 times.
Yep.
And she ultimately it was recorded. And so now we're going to go ahead and go on to, I think John Walkie is the last panelist.
If everyone could go down to the little translation button and just, if you do not need Spanish interpretation, just turn it off. So we'll all be on the same channel. And I'll say this again now on this channel, if everyone go down the interpretation button and just make sure if you're not looking for Spanish interpretation, just click on it and click off so that we're all on the same channel. And thanks everyone for your patience with this. This is obviously, we're pioneers here, forging new ground. So.
And doing a good job at it.
And actually, I think Ilan Levy was going to speak, and then I was going to follow him, and then I think our panel is done.
Hello, City Councilor. It's an honor to be here and to be able to speak. I'm from East Cambridge. I am the Vice President of the East Cambridge Planning Team. And over the last 2 years, we have also fought Eversource, who was planning to install a mega substation in our neighborhood, just next to a playing field and to one of the schools where we have 58% of our low-income families attending. We have fought all the substation needs, electric needs, were specifically to address the development of Kendall Square and not to serve the residents of Cambridge, almost doubling the actual consumption of the entire city just with Kendall Square alone, going from 140 megawatt to 240 megawatt, according to Eversource. This immense substation that they were planning to place there is very similar to what they're doing in East Boston. It is in one of the areas where we have our most vulnerable kids, one of our last playground in East Cambridge. It is encroaching on two neighborhoods, one of Linden Park at the north and East Cambridge at the south. And it was all done in a very bizarre and weird fashion when Eversource was caught by surprise by the fact that there was such a high demand of energy emanating from Kendall Square that they couldn't serve. On top of that, they didn't have the necessary redundancy to serve that type of capacity. So at last minute, they did a land grab in what remained one of the most, the cheapest piece of land that they could find. And obviously that is going to be in the neighborhood. I'm seeing that the same thing exactly is unfolding in East Boston. And it worries me that at a time where we are actually where we know that we have to do climate change, we are not actually addressing the issue of how we're powering all our growth and our developments. I think this crisis of the COVID has highlighted this problem. And I think that it is high time that we take the moral high ground and that we take away from the siting board the capacity to agree to such a project because it is cost efficient. Obviously, it is going to be cost efficient because Eversource is always going to be to go for the cheapest land, which is going to be where our lowest income families live. And on that note, I just kind of would like to say how appreciative I am that you are engaging the community city council in this effort. And I hope that you're going to be able to unite and also look at many more of the developments that Eversource is planning in the Boston area in the future. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, sir. And John, you're still up, right?
Yep. So I will now take my time, I guess. I will not yield it. Thank you, Councillor Flynn, for chair of this committee, and thank you, Lydia, for calling this this meeting. And also thanks to the staff, to Juan and Carrie and all of you behind there running around trying to make this work under challenging conditions. This is greatly appreciated. So my name is John Walkie. I'm the Waterfront Initiative Coordinator at Green Roots. I'm an East Boston resident, and I've been an advocate for environmental justice concerns in our neighborhood for the past 14 years or so. I've also been involved with the opposition in this project, first as a limited participant, and then as with Green Roots as an intervener through this whole EFSB Energy Facility Siting Board process. And that's been going on for now, we're coming on 5 years of this. And informally, there's an additional 4 years before that of watching this project gestate sort of under the radar through multiple different gubernatorial and mayoral tenures, as well as the tenures of a bunch of different local elected officials. So this is a project with a long history and quite a bit of complex facets to it, as a lot of the preceding testimony has touched on. But throughout all this process, there's really been the opportunity for an open and transparent venue for a full airing of all aspects of the project. And that's been to the detriment of both the common good and specifically to the residents of East Boston. So I got to thank all of you on City Council for providing the space to examine the entirety of the project. I just want to hit on a couple of things sort of based off of what you've already heard from the previous testimony. And in particular, the quote, a real money quote from the Energy Facility Siting Board process is in the last tentative decision that they were going to present the final decision on March 11th before this COVID stuff happened. There's a quote from there that said, the 2017 final decision of the EFSB found that the need for the substation is immediate and that the Chelsea East Boston area is at risk of outages in the event of certain system contingencies, particularly given load additions in the Chelsea East Boston area. I want to sort of dissect that a little bit. I mean, all of it sounds reasonable. So why are these community gadflies complaining and just like chewing on this thing for so many years? To the best of my knowledge, no one outside of Eversource and DPU staff has ever actually seen the actual data that was presented to make that justification, that statement I just read. I was a limited participant, as I said, and when I received the filings, and you can go online to the DPU and pull up the filings, and you're going to see a bunch of redacted documents when you go look at need. It looks like something from the CIA. It's just page after page of just black blocks. And I don't, to the best of my knowledge, no one else has actually seen that data, but that is the stuff that was used to justify this is the demand that we have and we need to build this. Throughout the EFSB proceedings, Eversource would frequently reference ISO New England. However, I could only find ISO New England references to the redundant transmission line that's going between the Mystic Generating Station over in Everett over to the existing substation that's in Chelsea. And it didn't mention this other substation in East Boston. At one point in the EFSB process, they had stated that the substation was part of an ISO plan, but they had to sort of backtrack and clarify that point, as it wasn't actually mentioned as part of an ISO plan until such time that the ISO had finally accepted Eversource's justification for the project, which was using Eversource's own data, which is the data that's been redacted, and it's not available for any sort of independent analysis. So when we've had people look at this, whether it's been Union Concerned Scientists or Ms. Woods who looked at it, we were using ISO New England's data to review the project because we can't get access to their data. And as previous testimony has shown, the conclusions that we pull out of that are the opposite of Eversource's. Those graphs that Brindis shows, a decline in electricity usage, and they're saying, oh no, it's going to go up. Throughout the process, when the question of need has been brought up, the airport has been mentioned, as well as a number of different development projects in East Boston. And that list of projects has changed continuously as time has dragged on, because these projects like the Eddy, Clippership Wharf, Boston East, all these projects that were mentioned, like at the beginning of this 5-year time frame, those things have been built, they're up and running, they're online, and the world has not ended. As Ms. Woods has shown, the broad trends continue to decline. So there's been a rotating list of more and more projects that justify this. In that statement where it says the risk of outages in the event of certain system contingencies, I just want to highlight something from Dr. Luna's testimony when it came to the flooding. We were talking about like what is the most likely thing to take place given climate change in the coming 40 years or 50 years or whatever. And when we're talking about that kind of risk analysis, Eversource takes this idea that we don't take the most extreme case, the worst case scenario, like a Hurricane Sandy. We take the
you were cut off there, John.
No, it's just,
Yeah, I think John was cut off.
I can hear you, Councilor Flynn. I cannot hear John Walkie.
Yeah, I think his screen
might
was
have something
frozen.
to do with the fact that, whoops, sorry.
No, go ahead, John.
Okay.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Sure. And so that was probably that kind of approach to risk modeling probably has something to do with whether you have something at risk. And within the EFSB process, we were told that if this thing were to flood and it were to get damaged, the ratepayer would be on the hook for building it again. So from the perspective of Eversource, there is no risk because there's a blank check. The Commonwealth will pay, or the ratepayers of the Commonwealth will pay for this a second time. And it's important to note that like this is a $50 million investment that all the ratepayers are going to have in their bill, that little blue and green bar where part of it is the energy you use and part of it is the transmission fees. The substation is in that transmission fee. And so the kinds of investments we need to make in our infrastructure, is this the only one that we can be doing? And I think the Union Concerned Scientists, if you check out the report that they've done and that Paula referenced, we have other options in terms of solar and battery storage that would really help. And finally, I just want to share a screen again. Hopefully this works. And show you this image here. So we've been talking, can you all see that image? Let me see. I'm now screen sharing. Are you guys seeing that?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it.
Cool.
I can see it.
Okay, so this is, in the background there is a slide from a Massport board meeting from September. And what you're looking at here are a number of existing substations. They're titled. It might be better to title them switching stations, but they are substations that are currently in existence on the Logan Airport property. And then at the top, there's one that's labeled proposed new Eversource substation that is sitting in this corner. If we zoom in and down the lower right, I put in a Google map here of it. And the yellow square down in the bottom approximates, I don't exactly know, but just north of this white building is where is the general area where Massport is planning on putting in another one of these substations or switching stations. And literally it is 1,600 feet as the crow flies over to where they want to put in our substation. Now, within the EFSB proceedings, we have seen repeatedly the number used that 35% of the electricity of the load that is going to be used by the proposed substation on Condor Street is going to be going to the airport. So much like Elon's story over in East Cambridge, like the largest single user of electricity pumping through this thing is going to be the airport. In total, it's some larger, like 50-something% that's going to non-residential users. And then there's this revolving door list of development projects that are residential that keep being brought up, that keep going online and nothing happens. So I have a question as to whether this need is actually there, whether this need could actually be met using something other than a land use that takes up property and introduces risks into an already overburdened community. And finally, if this is actually needed, and you can convince us of that, and I can be convinced of it, if over a third of it is going to the airport, then why aren't we putting this at the airport where the Commonwealth has already spent millions of dollars in flood proofing them, where we have 24-hour state police security, where there's no residential properties next to it? It makes more sense to put this thing 1,600 feet over there on the airport than it does to put it in the neighborhood if the airport's the one that's going to be using the majority of this. I will actually stop there because I can't think of anything else to say after that.
Thank you. Thank you, John. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues on the City Council for questioning of the panelists that spoke. I'm going to start with Councilor Edwards. Councilor
muted.
Councilor Edwards, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it up to questions from my colleagues, to the panelists. And Councilor Edwards, would you like to begin first?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I'd like to direct my questions first to the Union of Concerned Scientists, or I am particularly interested putting the issue of need aside, which I think that is very important. If we assumed the need is there, do you have research or do you have documents or thoughts about how there's an alternative energy way of meeting increased need in a neighborhood? Are we being realistic by saying solar energy could do it, wind energy could do it? I don't know. I'm just curious about that because I don't think it makes sense to offer alternatives that really aren't there. So that's my genuine question to the Union of Concerned Scientists. To Elon from Cambridge. I am curious, you had mentioned that you managed to get the Eversource station moved from the neighborhood closer to the source that was actually going to be using a majority of its energy. In that situation, the Kendall Square, the property owner, or whoever it was, were they a willing partner? Because, obviously I would love to know that Massport's even open to the idea, but that's, it may be shut down if Massport isn't even open to the idea, so that's my other question. So those are the two questions I have. It's a matter of practicality for Elon, Mr. Levy, and then also a matter of a question about alternative resources for Paola.
Okay, I'll go. Ilan, do you want to go first or?
No, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that question, Councillor Edwards. And actually, we have examples that are happening right now all across the country in which different utilities and states are going through this kind of challenge, and they are like analyzing, should we go to with the same approach or are there other options available? And I can mention a couple of examples. For instance, in Southern California, there was an idea of like how to, with a gas peaker project, if it was going to be kept in operation, repurposed, or if there were alternatives. And actually, what happened is that the cost of that peaker plant, gas peaker plant, was going to be around $500 million. And then there was an analysis of the other options, and they came to an alternative, a clean energy portfolio that will save ratepayers around $125 million. We also have a recent example in which there is something that is going to happen in 2 years, in which 5,000 residential solar plus storage customers will be supplying 20 megawatts of capacity to ISO New England. So this is bringing it home. We also have another example from New York, the Brooklyn Queens Demand Management Program, that actually deferred the need for a substation upgrade that would have cost $1 billion. And we have more examples in Utah, in Vermont. So this is all something that is already happening. It's technically called non-wire solution. It's happening, it's working. So it's just about being innovative and also thinking how to make sure that we are building climate smart infrastructure, especially in places like East Boston.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ilan?
Yes, so I want to say a couple of things here. First, although this started as a grassroots effort, the City Council in Cambridge joined the community and also put all its weight behind the city manager to find a solution to the move of the substation. It was a very arduous and long process, and we were lucky that the grassroots effort actually caught the monstrosity that was going to happen before it went to the siting board. So we were lucky enough to have a little bit of an edge on that side. It didn't make, on my side as a resident and an activist, it didn't make any sense morally that the substation should be there anyway. And so I think that, independently of the effort and of what the cost is, it's something that should have actually not been as costly as it is. What it turns out is that the sacrifice that we have to make now, or that we are asked to make, is that a developer has stepped up to actually exchange a piece of land, give a piece of land in Kendall Square so that the new substation could be actually placed there. And it is where they currently have a parking, and they would put the parking on the ground, which would come at a very great cost, between 130 to $200 million. And for that very great cost, independently of the fact that these developers are the consumer of the energy, they are asking the city of Cambridge for an additional 800,000 square feet of density in the Kendall Square area on the lots that they own. So obviously that's a very, very big cost, and the negotiations are still ongoing, but it is much better than what is going on here. And I want to stress once again that it is really a lack of planning that we cannot afford in the current times on that. We cannot accept and shouldn't accept that this is the way it goes. It might have been good last year or 2 or 3 years before, but it can't be after this crisis that we do business as usual, the same way as we've done it before. This cannot happen and is not tolerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. At this time, I'd like to ask Councillor Sabi George if she has a question for the panelist.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to Councillor Edwards. And I really appreciate the testimony of the panelists. I appreciate sort of the diversity of experience and expertise that they've offered today. I don't have any specific questions, but look forward to the rest of this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Councilor Sabi George. Councilor Mejia?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Flynn. I do have a few questions. First, this is to John. I'm John Waukee. I'm curious, how far is this a proposed substation from Massport jet fuel storage facility? Has there been any noise study conducted on the site? And if so, what are the findings? And to Bright East Woods, I'm just curious, what is the reason for the expected decrease in demand for electricity in the region? How much of the power generated in East Eagle would go to Boston Homes? How much of it will go towards power building outside of Boston? And to Roseanne, I'm curious, do we know that language access for non-English speakers that have been a problem in the past? I would like to know what plans are in place to right this wrong. How are we going to communicate any and all future plans and communication on this issue? And I'm just curious if you can walk me through some of Greenroot's strategy around this issue. I know you did a mass tweeting campaign under the No Eastie Substation hashtag, but I'm curious to know how you're keeping the conversation alive. I know I asked a lot of questions here, so feel free. What I want the audience to know who are tuning in is the amount of work that has gone, into this process. And I'm just flabbergasted that with all of this community outreach and support, that it feels like the voices of the people are still being silenced. And so I'm just curious if you can just kind of help people understand the magnitude of this work.
Sure, I can just quickly respond to the question. I think you were asking the noise studies and whether that had been taken consideration. Within the EFSB process, they did do noise modeling for the facility, and given its layout and where the walls would be, where the transformers would be, and given that we're literally right underneath a flight path to Logan, the noise impacts are not massive. They are a continual hum in the background. So when we aren't having planes flying overhead, you would hear it. It is generally a contribution to the background noise. And as there was a recent study that just came out, and this is, implications for the airport, of finding more and more causal mechanisms between things like heart disease and all sorts of other negative public health outcomes and continual noise impacts. And that's something that obviously for East Boston residents, it's something that we're very sensitive to, and very much looking at some of the health outcomes that we have, especially in light of something like COVID. Why is it so negative in places like East Boston, in places like Chelsea? And it's because of these piling on of different impacts. So while if there was nothing else going on in East Boston except for the occasional car driving past, the substation itself probably wouldn't be enough noise to really bother people that much. However, once that plane flies overhead and in between those little bits where you can actually talk to the person standing next to you, there'll be, if you're standing down in that corner of the playground, you'll also hear a hum in the background of the substation. So I think it's more of a cumulative, in terms of noise, cumulative sorts of impacts and the continual kind of hits to the community. But the substation alone is not the biggest noise concern that we have in East Boston. And I don't know who wants to go next.
Don, could you just answer the councilor's question about the distance between the proposed substation site and Logan's jet fuel?
Okay, so the original EFSB process started with the project on the eastern side, and that was much closer. There's one property in between this property and the jet fuel terminal, and the nearest tank on that terminal is an 8 million gallon tank of jet fuel. Now that it's been moved over, it's probably about 100 meters, so probably 300, 400 feet away from that same jet fuel tank. Of course, now it's also about 100 feet away from the playground. So it is much substantially closer to the playground than it was before.
Thank you. Thank you, John. And the final person, the final city council that is here.
Wait, wait. I'm sorry, I'm still, I would like to hear a little bit more about the language access.
Okay.
And I believe, Councilor Mejia, you asked about what was the reason for the reduction in use?
Yeah.
I believe that was directed at.
So long. I know it's Friday, Flynn. We're not going anywhere yet. I want us to finish with my questions.
That's fine. That's fine.
I believe the one about the load forecast was directed at me. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd asked why the forecast switched from being increasing load to decreasing load. I mean, no one has a crystal ball, right? The ICE in England does load forecasting the way many other similar organizations do. They have certain inputs, they put it into a model, there are certain assumptions, and their load forecast comes out. But what goes into these load forecasts are, historical trends in energy use, energy efficiency trends, distributed generation trends, so people installing solar panels on their homes, things like that. So those are the kinds of factors that would, add up to a load forecast switching from something that's increasing into the future to something that's decreasing into the future. I think you had a second part to that question, which I'm not quite sure I understood. So feel free to interrupt me if I'm misunderstanding it. You'd asked how much of that load forecast was residential. Just to clarify, the load forecast that I'm referencing is a summer peak forecast, and it's gross. So what that means is every single type of energy use, like what is the peak use in the summer across all customer classes. So it's not a residential versus non-residential thing. It's all energy uses taken together, and how much capacity does the system need in order to meet demand. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, do you know if any of that power will be powering outside of Boston?
So the ISO New England forecast is, they break it down, they have New England wide, and then they have it broken down by state. So we actually looked at the Massachusetts state forecast. So it's the entire Commonwealth.
Wow, why don't they go, okay. They couldn't find anyone. Are we gonna get to interview the people who are the corporates of this at some point?
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, because I have some questions for them too, specifically, but that's later on in the journey.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because I'm very curious about why us. Okay, and then just the language access. If someone could answer that.
Sure, thank you, Councilor. I'll be super quick and just say that I can't yet say, but we'll be unveiling something within the coming week with our partners from the Conservation Law Foundation and Lawyers for Civil Rights. So stay tuned. It'll be worth the wait.
Yes, we definitely want to. We would definitely appreciate that information. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Flynn, that is all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And the final city councilor we have is Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, are you on with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous speaker, we wouldn't want to cut into her dance time, so it's good to get a chance to get a word in here. Question is obviously I'm hearing these folks here loud and clear. I'll be taking my cue from my district colleague, and I also see Chief Cook on as well, who is extremely well-intentioned as it comes to our city and the environment and what have you. Eagle Hill and Eastie is a very special place. I'm hearing the concerns around the environmental impacts. I'm hearing concerns around the community process and also about the language access. So all very important issues, and will allow you as obviously the chair of the committee and also the lead sponsor to sort of work these things out. But know that I'm in and I'm supporting Eagle Hill and East Boston. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. So at this time, we're going to accept public testimony. Just give me a minute to look at the screen for a second.
And Councilor Flynn, if I may,
Yep.
Just to talk to folks about the procedure a little bit.
Yep,
Because
definitely.
the goal of this was to have a time for Eversource to hear from the public. That is why it is, we put the panelists, many of whom live in East Boston, first. And that is why we're putting some, not all, public testimony right now from, we're going to put several folks through to ask questions that they would have and wanted to ask at the meetings that they came through earlier. This is not an attempt to overload, but this is, again, this is a lot of pent up questions and concerns from the community. And we wanted absolutely to provide a venue for them to speak. Eversource will, of course, have their opportunity to speak. Massport chose not to attend, and I have their letter. I'll read it out loud eventually. And then we will come back after Eversource speaks and we go through a round of questions. We will come back if the expert panelists want to respond to anything Eversource says, but the goal is to get the public in here, and that's why we're going right now to them. And again, Councillor Flynn, I appreciate your patience and kindness for this process, but as you know, and as we all just recently learned, it really is a painful, powerless moment when you feel that you can't speak.
Yep, I agree. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. And just as a reminder, to speak slowly, and you can make comments in Zoom, YouTube, and the comments will be added into the queue of public testimony. And also, if you do add questions, it's a great way too for the executives to look at the questions and hopefully frame their opening statements basically around some of your questions as well. So it's good to get them. It's good to get them on the record. For public testimony, the public who signed up for public comments, you could speak for 2 minutes. I know that we have many people who have signed up for these comments, but some may want to, as I mentioned, also put it in the queue so we could take a look at, so we could respond to them. If you'd like to offer public comments and have already RSVP'd, please raise your blue hand. And again, please try to keep your comments for 2 minutes. And with that, so I have some people here. I'll start off at the top. Miss Rodriguez. Is Miss Rodriguez here?
I think she may have already gave a testimony. That might be.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's Naomi. Okay. The next person I have up, Leonard Olson. Is Leonard here?
Leo, also known as Leo.
Okay, Leo Olson. Okay. Christian Romero. And if I called you and you weren't able to get on, we can always try to get back to you as well.
Yeah.
Arturo Diaz.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Julia Brew. I actually work with Leo. I believe some of these names are people within the community. I'm not sure if they're having a hard time connecting, but they might have wanted to give some testimony. So I'm not sure exactly. I'm trying to text Leo right now to see what's going on.
Okay.
And if folks are in the waiting room and they can just raise their blue hands, we can advance them to speak from there.
So, there's Leo.
Yeah, if you can raise your blue hand and we will get to you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Sorry, Councilor Flynn.
Who is this?
This is Leo. I'm sorry, Leonard Olson.
Oh, okay, okay, Leonard. Leo. Yep, you're up. 2 minutes. You got the floor.
Leo, I think we lost you. We lost your sound.
Leo, can you hear us? No, I don't think something must have happened with him.
He's still on. I think he's just trying to connect to the sound is what it looks
Okay,
like.
okay. He can hear us. Maybe I'll try to go on to the next one. Again, please raise your blue hands and limit your comments to 2 minutes. How about we'll start with Sandra.
Sandra Nijar.
Yep, Sandra Nija. Hey, Sandra.
Hi.
Hi, Sandra.
Gracias, concejales de Boston. Voy a hablar en mi idioma natal, español, por favor. Me siento más cómoda con mi propio lenguaje. Y bueno, soy Sandra, vivo en East Boston. He estado viviendo acá con mi familia, con mi esposo y mis 2 hijos que crecieron aquí en East Boston. Estamos acá desde ya 22 años. Y bueno, este es mi casa, mi vecindad, de mis hijos, de mi esposo, de mí, de mis amistades. Yo amo esta ciudad y la quiero conservar, la quiero cuidar. Y como yo, muchos otros vecinos nos sentimos igual y estamos preocupados que esta planta eléctrica que propone Eversource no es algo necesario y tampoco es algo libre de peligro. Esta planta eléctrica nos trae mucho peligro, mucha preocupación. Vamos a estar todos caminando siempre preocupados de que eso va a explotar a cualquier minuto, porque es una planta eléctrica que estaría en una zona de agua, en la orilla de un lago. Estaría cerca de muchos tanques de combustible, que tampoco va con eso. Y como sabemos, electricidad y agua no pueden ser vecinos, no pueden vivir juntos, no pueden estar a la par a la orilla de uno al otro. Entonces, el peligro que nos ponen a nosotros es mortal, porque estarían contando nuestros segundos de vida. Siempre estaríamos preocupados de que eso va a explotar en cualquier momento y qué vamos a hacer. Estoy muy preocupada por esto y por eso es que yo me opongo a subestación eléctrica de Eversource y pido, por favor, que le pongan paro a esta planta eléctrica. Llévenla al aeropuerto. Ya tienen allí una, que van a poner una en el aeropuerto, llévensela para allá. Nosotros no necesitamos esta planta eléctrica en East Boston. La energía se ha demostrado que no es necesaria aquí en East Boston. La mayoría de la energía que va a ser producida por esta planta eléctrica va a ser para el beneficio del aeropuerto. Entonces, ¿de qué nos beneficia a nosotros? En nada. Solo nos trae el peligro a nuestras vidas. Así es que, por favor, yo como residente de East Boston lo voy a pelear y lo voy a pelear hasta el final. Me opongo 100% y no voy a parar de luchar hasta verlo que está completamente eliminado de mi comunidad, de mi casa. Gracias.
Sandra, do you mind summarizing what you just said in English for those of us who are not blessed to speak Spanish?
No, it should be interpreted, Sandra.
No, que lo interpreten ellos.
Hágale,
Entonces yo voy,
Una
That's
cosa
okay.
más,
I
una
will
cosa más.
simply ask Gabriela to do it. That's all.
Sí,
That was
¿sabes
not meant to
qué?
offend you.
¿Sabes por qué? Ellos,
It
yo
wasn't meant to
fui
offend you,
una de las
Sandra.
personas, muchos de mis vecinos, muchos de nosotros que fuimos a esa audiencia, ¿ok? ¿Cuándo fue? Que fue en el 2016, ¿ok? Con la junta directiva de Eversource, de la energía, de todos ellos. No nos dieron para nada interpretación al español. Todos estuvimos ahí dudando qué quiere decir esa palabra, qué dijeron. Entonces, ahora que ellos entiendan la frustración que nosotros sentimos cuando ellos no nos dieron, ¿ok? La interpretación, que no nos dieron la oportunidad de participar, de entender, de escuchar y participar en esa discusión, en esa plática, ¿ok? Así es que encuentren interpretación. Lo
Very
siento.
well. Gabriela?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Sandra. I live in East Boston. I'm a resident of East Boston with my husband and my 2 children. We've been here for over 22 years. This is my home. This is my neighborhood. I want to keep it and I want to take care of it. And I'm very concerned with this substation because it's not necessary. It's just a big hazard for all of us. All my neighbors and us are very, very worried with this, that this is going to explode at any time because it's by the waterfront and also next to the fuel storage tanks. And we all know that electricity and water don't go together. Our lives are at risk if they do this, and I oppose it. Please stop this plant, put it in the airport, bring it to the airport. They are the ones who need this electricity, not East Boston. We don't need it here, and I'm going to fight this until the end. This is only affecting our lives, and I just wanted these people to understand the frustration when you cannot understand what is being said and communicated to you, because that's what we had to go through when we went to the hearings and the public meetings, and we didn't have access to Spanish, and we had to wonder what this word means, what that word means, and it was so frustrating for us. So we wanted them to have a little bit of this as well.
Thank you. The next person scheduled to speak, again, please keep your comments to 2 minutes if possible. Just a reminder to raise blue hands, but the next person to speak, Eric Berkman.
Hello, you can hear me? Yeah, great. So I live at 294 Lexington Street. I'm like 300 feet away from the substation within the proposed substation within the buffer zone. I just have a couple of comments. So one is that I think we all recognize the need for more green space in our neighborhood, and I would like to see that parcel turn over as to green space. I think that I think it's great to oppose the substation, and I think as part of opposing the substation, we need to sell what our vision is for the site instead of a substation. And I think whether that's soccer field, whether that's other recreational uses that enhance the urban wild and enhance the adjacent American Legion playground and other area, I think we can really sell a nice vision of this and talk about what we would like to see there instead, and also oppose the substation. I also have a lot of concerns about the public process for this that I think the council should look into. It feels like there has been sort of a separate engagement effort between Channel Fish and the city, and the timeline just doesn't add up, even if you look in the tentative decision between the extension of the tentative decision and then the announcement and the swap of parcels before there was another public engagement process for the notice of project change. So, and I can submit written comments that shows kind of that timeline very clearly. The proponent hasn't really shown a good faith effort, I would think, in engaging the community in general, but also in providing any type of, a meaningful response to our concerns, specifically regarding green buffer. The response to the Conservation Commission of Forest Street Trees is sort of a slap in the face because that's really not any buffer between the substation and the neighborhood. So I'm sure I'm at my 2 minutes. I think I think we need to replace the image of the substation with some green recreational space that the community can really rally around, that isn't compatible with the use of the space as a substation. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. The next person scheduled to speak, Paul Kozak. Is Paul here? After Paul, I'll go on to the next person. After Paul is Joe Aponte.
Hi there, that's me.
Hey, Joe.
So I first want to thank Councilor Edwards for putting this together. I think it's very important. It's nice to finally have the forum to have the community heard. So first and foremost, thank you, Councilor Edwards. I want to echo what Eric said just about the community engagement process. It's been skewed at best. It's been nefarious at worst. When I work from home, and when they talk about their ways of knocking on doors and trying to let people know of what's happening and their flyers that go out, all of it has not actually happened. Again, living at home, I can tell you that nobody's knocked on my door once about the substation. So I think that's something to note. One of my concerns is, I'm very curious to know why the substation has increased 10,000 square feet in size with the siding change. That hasn't been addressed, that hasn't been noted, and I really feel like that should not only be underlined, but also highlighted, bolded, and italicized. It's not just a siding change, and the amount of feet that they're claiming to move the substation is also completely inaccurate. So I think that's really important to also underscore. I want, I would really love someone to examine what they're saying and how they're doing it. What they're not telling you, and what's evident for those of us who live so near to the substation, is that pad that talks about, or if you look at the filing, the pad that describes the elevation, the change in elevation, that's already there. So whether or not we realize it, they're also there when they did their environmental remediation work. They also secretly started to do some work on the site itself, and I would love to have somebody go and take a look at that and tell me that I'm wrong. So again, I would say unethical at best and nefarious at worst. So the way that their hollow means of engaging us has been seen by everyone. And I think I do want to say shame on some people in the city of Boston for kind of looking, turning a blind eye to this. There is some illegal things happening, and those of us who are paying attention notice it. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, sir. The next person I have scheduled is David Muzunder, a medical school student.
Yes, hello.
Hey, David.
Thank you, Chairman Flynn. Thank you, Councilor Edwards and the councilors of the committee. My name again is David Muzunder, and I'm a medical student at Harvard in Boston. I just have 3 points that I'd like to mention. I've seen firsthand evidence that the zip code of one's birth predicts one's health in life. Patients of mine have stumbled into the emergency department, bent over and gasping for breath, sweat dripping from their brows as they suffered an attack of their COPD on a smoggy day. Mountains of evidence have implicated emissions from fossil fuel burning power plants, planes, and cars in contributing to risk of heart attacks and strokes, as well as lung disease. And East Boston's downwind location exposes its people to the combined air pollution from the entire city of Boston, in addition to Logan Airport next door. Recent work from the Harvard School of Public Health has demonstrated a link between air pollution and COVID-19 death rates and lifetime of polluted air. produces the dire mortality rates that we have seen in these communities today. Secondly, I want to mention that East Boston's land use has furthered these health risks. Published evidence has shown that that exercise in green space can mitigate the health effects of air pollution. EC, however, has historically housed many industries that heavily polluted Chelsea Creek, and even today, the entire waterfront of the Eagle Hill neighborhood is zoned for private and industrial uses besides the park that lies directly next door to the proposed electrical substation. In fact, EC has some of the fewest and smallest parks of any neighborhood in Boston, and the World Health Organization notes that lower levels of green space and other barriers to physical activity contribute to greater risk of diabetes, obesity, and other health problems. Finally, I just want to mention that the current proposal for an electrical substation exacerbates this damaging trend in land use and forecloses an opportunity to improve the health of the people of East Boston. According to the Mayor's Imagine Boston 2030 report, a quarter of East Boston will within decades experience high annual flood risk, including the riverbank plot proposed for the substation. That land would be better used as a green barrier to flooding that could double as a waterfront extension of the playground and beach next door to enhance the public green spaces so essential to residents' health. The proposed substation instead doubles down on the gas-dependent grid and precludes a resident empowering zero pollution option like rooftop solar and battery power, as the Union of Concerned Scientists analysis has shown would be a sustainable option and even cheaper and meet comparable power demand. So I just urge the council to consider the pattern of environmental injustice that the proposed substation would extend in East Boston. The substation would foreclose more efficient, more sustainable alternative land uses that could improve the health of the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. The next person we have scheduled to speak, Rebecca Kozak. Rebecca, are you here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Rebecca. Rebecca, we can hear you.
Okay.
You have some audio noise in the back. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay. My name is Rebecca Shove-Kozak, and I live at 13 East Eagle Street, which is directly in front of the City Arts Park and catty corner from the proposed substation site. My husband and I and our 3 children, our daughter, 8-year-old Luca, our son, 6-year-old Joaquin, and our other son, 4-year-old Matthias, have lived in the house approximately for 5 years. And since the time that we arrived, as a matter of fact, exactly 1 week after we arrived, we were told about this proposed substation. And immediately we're told about the damaging effects that it could wreak on this community that we love so much, this community that we have decided to make our own and
Rebecca, we lost you there. I don't know if you can hear me, Rebecca, but we lost you. Hey, Rebecca, we lost you.
I will send her a chat.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, if you just keep going, I think if you go on down the list of the names, I'll send Rebecca a chat and when she can get back on.
Okay. After Rebecca would be Gail Miller. Or Laura Carolis. Cesar Garcia.
Hi, this is Laura Corrales. I'm here, but something happened with the screen and the little hand went away.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, hi, thank you everybody for this opportunity. Thank you, Lydia, for arranging this. I'm going to keep this quick because I think everybody has already made the most important points. My big question is why we're even having this discussion at all. Roseanne from the Union of Concern, or sorry, from Green Roots has clearly outlined all of the economic burdens that are already placed on East Boston, and other people have, conveyed what those burdens result in terms of health consequences to the neighborhood. If Boston is serious about environmental justice, and if the state is serious about environmental justice, there shouldn't even be a discussion about adding another burden onto our community. The discussion should be, let's add more trees when we only have a 7% tree canopy, among the lowest in the city. Let's add more open space. What can we do to help the community? If you read the environmental justice policy, it says that all communities must have a strong voice in environmental decision-making. And not only that, that such voices can influence environmental decision-making. So here we are trying to influence this decision. Councillor Edwards, State Rep Adrian Maduro, and our State Senator Joe Boncore, as well as all these members of the community and community activist groups, have clearly made their case that we do not want the substation here. And so if environmental justice is a real policy that the state and the city want to follow, this discussion shouldn't even be happening. And I really hope that some people will start to understand that.
Thank you very much. We'll take a couple more. Martiza Marinique, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly.
Maritza may need a translation, just a note.
Okay.
Just all. Maritza, Matitza, sorry.
Maritza, are you with us?
Maritza, puede conversar en español.
Hola, mi nombre es Maritza Manrique y yo soy residente por 14 años aquí en la ciudad de East Boston. Soy proveedora de un Family Child Care y justamente vivo aquí en la 256 de la Bremen Street, diagonal al parque del aeropuerto. Nuestra comunidad y los padres de familia están sumamente preocupados con el tema de la subestación. No hay propósitos positivos el por qué ponernos aquí en la ciudad una subestación que nos va a afectar efectos negativos para la salud, para el bienestar de nuestras comunidades. Así de que más que preocupación estamos opuestos, muy opuestos a que nos pongan esta subestación porque hay proyectos más saludables para que puedan invertir en beneficio a la comunidad y sobre todo al bienestar. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next.
Councillor Flynn?
Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
Before we continue, you want to see if Gabriella can translate very quickly like she did for Sandra?
Yeah, perfect.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Maritza Manriquez. I've been a resident of East Boston for 14 years, and I live at 256 Demon Street. Our community and parents are extremely worried about the substation. Nothing positive we can say about it. Just negative things for our health and safety. We oppose it. There are other projects that can bring to East Boston that can be beneficial to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person we have is Magdalena.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, council members, and also thank you, Roots, for their relentless campaign that has been instrumental in getting us here. As an organization that is building resiliency in East Boston alongside our partners, I just want to say that building in a floodplain is incredibly counterintuitive, as it is. Building a major high voltage substation is irresponsible. Siting and locations so close to the water's edge when there are potentially other locations further away from homes and close to a city park, it honestly is, in my mind, an affront to the environmental justice order that is a designation by the Commonwealth that acknowledges this community as burdening disproportionately the environmental impacts. I also want to mention that there are examples of other substations explosions in other cities, including New York City, where the evidence is not just that it was caused by potentially by flooding, but there are other factors like wind and debris that can actually cause explosions. I have a major concern with the proximity to 8 million gallons of jet fuel, incredibly hazardous, and that really hasn't been addressed. And frankly, the city of Boston I have to, commend the city of Boston Environment Department and other departments for working really hard on the Climate Ready Boston plan with community partners. And this proposal really kind of undermines the Climate Ready Boston goals. We have a set of goals that we are trying to achieve. Building this substation really is incredibly counterintuitive to that whole planning process that we've already done. And one more thing is phase 2. The flood analysis of that part of East Boston hasn't even been done yet. So to approve this project before phase 2 of a real in-depth flood analysis, to me, seems almost like circumventing a thorough process. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your comments. At this time, Gabriel Ramirez. Gabriela Ramirez. Gabriela.
Or Gabriela Saratoga Street, Gabriela. I think she's on. Is that?
I mean, I'm not, but Amita's.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, maybe we have the wrong last name, but did you want to go, Gabriela?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet, thank you. I just want to start off by saying thanks to Councilor Edwards for making this happen, and also to Green Roots for the years of, backing up the community with this fight. And a big shout out to all the residents who've been part of this very racist and environmentally unjust community participation process that the EFSB and Eversource has provided for the East Boston community. And for those who don't know, I grew up here in East Boston. I was raised here in East Boston. I have asthma because I grew up in East Boston. My little cousins have asthma because they grew up in East Boston. And because of, the secondhand health impacts we were forced to grow up with for literally living here, we are now more vulnerable to the COVID-19 virus, along with so many other people who currently live here. And I just wanted to say that building this high voltage 15,000 voltage substation, having a plan to build this 15,000 voltage substation, along with the plan with building so many more dense luxury condos by our coast, which is also a flooding coast, is not going to save my house from inland flooding that was shared by Marcos Luna, It's not gonna, I'm potentially gonna get displaced along with so many other people due to environmental impacts, And people are already facing displacement right now at very high rates. And thankfully right now can't because of the moratorium, but we'll see what happens next. And I just really wanted to lift up how racist this process has been due to and unconstitutional, where we are literally infringing civil rights protections in regards to language access throughout the many years of this process, from the start to this under the table land swap that the city of Boston participated with NSTAR, which is now Eversource, to the EFSB providing inadequate interpretation equipment to, and I'm even like a little uncomfortable with like the politics of this process, right? We're seeing very sketchy like revolving door politics between the energy sector and our state policies, right? Our governor and our Speaker of the House receive some of the highest donations from Eversource, right? So I'm just questioning to where our government is actually siding with when it comes to this, not only the community participation process, but in regards to the pressure of making Eversource show accurate and non-private, right, objective data of what could potentially happen and what is already happening in the flooding coast around the Chelsea Creek and right all around the Chelsea Creek in East Boston. And I just really wanted to lift up, last night, the world witnessed and lived one of the biggest storms that hit India and the shores of Bangladesh out the cut, right? So I can't even imagine like how unprepared East Boston and its residents are if something unpredictable, right, were to happen within our community, and how much more people would be displaced over environmental injustices and just us not being prepared enough, right? Building high dense buildings and building, right, already negatively impacting energy infrastructures is not going to save East Boston, and is currently and has historically and will continue to put community members, children, family, Black and brown, immigrant people at risk. And I just wanted to share that I'm just very disappointed in the state. And I'm like, you know, there's just a little bit of hope with this hearing, and I really hope that we can stop this high voltage substation and build something that's needed, like green infrastructure, right? Like Eric was saying, like, how do we start envisioning something we actually want in that place, right? I remember Menino promising a soccer field. I don't see a soccer field, right? I see just blank rug, black rug with these like black tubes that Eversource has already done when de-leading and like cleaning that space. I want to see green space in which I and other families can enjoy to be able to lift up from this double crisis. Because with COVID-19, we're also seeing a high rise of mental health like issues. And the only thing that's going to help us right now, right, since there's already a lack of healthcare, is being able to be in these green spaces to keep the sanity and can to start keeping these suicide rates that are going to continue to rise low. So this is literally not only an environmental justice issue, but it's a public health issue. It's a mental health issue. And if we want to save lives, we need to build more green infrastructure. And I'm really glad Chris Cook is on this call so he can hear this as well.
Thank you, Gabriella. The final person from the public to testify, is Leo still here? Leo Olson?
Jeez.
Leo is.
Yes, can you hear me, Counselor?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Leo.
Great. Sorry about that, and thank you. You know what, Counselor, if there's anyone else on the docket, I will cede my time to them. If I'm the only one who's left on the docket, then I'll go ahead. But
I'll take you 2 minutes, Leo. Go ahead.
Yeah.
okay. So I'll just give you a very brief. And first of all, I just want to recognize our interpreter. Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you everyone on the City Council for making this bilingual. I know this is a tricky process. Thank you, Ricardo, as well, for all the help you've given us. I'm very new to East Boston. So like I said, defer to much of the testimony we've heard. I want to highlight something that caught my eye from my friend Gabriela's testimony about the revolving door politics between our elected officials in Eversource, and also revert back to what Roseanne brought up as far as the $1,500 Eversource stamp to help with COVID efforts. And I think that was astounding, really, to think about Eversource offering their stimulus checks, essentially, to community organizations for giving them their approval. But in any case, I just will highlight the fact that when I came here, and I've tried to listen as much as I can to this community in East Boston and really get to know it, and not, wipe off any preconceived notions I've had before moving here. I moved here just about a year ago. And there was like this mythical thing over there by City Yards. I'm looking to my left because I'm here on Lexington.
Leo, you dropped off again. Can you hear me?
Leo, you're on mute. Unmute yourself, Leo. Carrie, can we try and unmute Leo?
All right, can you hear me as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
I apologize. I actually just got a call from someone who hoped to be on testimony. So unfortunately, he had to get knocked off. But in any case, it was astounding to me that everyone knew there was something being done. Everyone was concerned, but no one really had any idea or really any understanding of the process, especially among the Spanish-speaking population. And I know we've had Eversource officials testify about the community outreach they've done, and I won't knock their work. All I can tell you is that from an outsider coming into this community, we have an entire community who was concerned about this massive thing being built right next to where their kids play, but really not knowing what the hell was going on. And that is not also to undermine our community partners. I have nothing but I admire Green Roots. I respect them and really appreciate everything they've done. They've done their absolute best, but it is not their burden that the community know what's being built and that there's a high voltage substation in a flood zone right next to a playground. So I can just offer that as testimony from someone who's fairly new to the neighborhood. And again, thank you for everyone for making this happen, and thank you for the time, counselors.
Thank you, Leo.
Yep.
At this time, we would like to open it up to the Eversource representatives that are here. I think they have a good idea of exactly where the community is at. Again, thank you, Councilor Edwards. And with that, I would like to open it up to the Eversource representatives. I have several listed: Robert Clark, John Zico, Nicole Bowden, and Erin Engstrom. If you guys want to decide who would speak, and in what order, right? And in what order?
Absolutely. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank
Good
you.
evening. I'm Nicole Bowden, Project Outreach Specialist with Eversource. I would first like to thank the City Councilors here this evening, Councilor Flynn, Edwards, Asabi George, Mejia, Flaherty, and I see Michelle Wu Councilor Wu has joined. Thank you for allowing my colleagues and I to address questions from both the council and the community this afternoon. Before our subject matter experts offer their comments, I have a short video to play. I'll share my screen at this time. I'm disabled from participating in screen sharing. Someone help me on that?
Working on it. 1 second. Carrie.
Chairman Flynn?
Yes, sir.
I had some computer issues. I just wanted to test my audio. Can everybody hear me? I've lost my video. I apologize for that.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I can hear others loud and clearly as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we also want to recognize City Councilor Michelle Wu, and we'll get a chance to call on Councilor Wu in a brief period of time. But thank you, Councilor Wu.
Nicole, you want to try again?
Yes. Still disabled.
Okay, Carrie's working on it right now. We'll get that settled. Councilor Flynn, would it make sense to turn over maybe for some quick remarks from Councilor Wu?
Yes, I think that's appropriate. Councilor Wu, do you have any comments or that you'd like to add?
I just wanted to thank you and the chief sponsor for this. I know this has been an issue that has been an injustice for a period of time and an object of organizing for a long time. So I'm glad that even during this pandemic that there is a platform for residents to have a voice. So I just wanted to express solidarity and my strong support for the idea that we should be putting climate justice and our future and long-term sustainability first here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wu. Back to you, Nicole.
Trying to.
It looks like I'm able to share.
Excellent.
And as we begin, I'll let you know this video is in English. It will be posted on the Eversource website for the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea page next week, and it'll have Spanish subtitles in the video.
I'm not hearing anything. Do you maybe want to restart with a louder volume or?
When you first click screen share, you'll want to click optimize full screen for participants viewing. And that should share sound as well.
Okay.
Start to share. I'm going to share again. Optimize screen sharing for video clip. Okay.
Hi, many of you may know me, but for those of you who don't, I'm Nicole Bowden with Eversource Energy, and behind me is a parcel of land in East Boston where we're proposing to build an electrical substation. While forecasts of electric demand around much of New England are relatively flat, here in East Boston and the surrounding area, the need for electricity continues to grow. And the East Eagle substation will meet that growing need for all residents in this East Boston community. Our plans would have placed the substation at our property on Bremen Street. But in 2010, during Mayor Menino's administration, the city asked us for a land transfer. As a result of that land transfer, the city built the East Boston branch of the Boston Public Library. In exchange for our property on Bremen Street, the city offered us a location on its property on East Eagle Street. In 2014, we filed a petition with our regulators, the Energy Facilities Siting Board, also known as the EFSB, to build the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project, which includes a substation on East Eagle Street. The project was approved in December 2017, but the EFSB asked us to work with the city to relocate the substation within the same city-owned parcel. The relocation of the substation to this section has been tentatively approved and is now pending a final decision from the EFSB. We currently supply electricity to East Boston from our substation in Chelsea, but it's already experiencing capacity constraints to meeting existing demand. There is no room to expand the station. Without constructing the new substation, the expected demand for electricity will exceed the Chelsea substation's delivery capabilities. That could lead to damaged equipment and power outages. As with all of our projects, safety is our highest priority, and the design, construction, and maintenance of the substation at the East Eagle location meets or exceeds leading engineering practices in all local, state, and federal guidelines. The substation will not pose a risk to the nearby jet fuel storage depot, as it will be located 450 feet away from the nearest fuel tank, far exceeding the minimum required setbacks. Additionally, to meet climate and resiliency concerns, we designed the substation to exceed flood elevation levels for new facilities. In preparation of construction, we've already made great environmental progress, cleaning the brownfield site by remediating almost 10,000 tons of contaminated soil and hundreds of thousands of gallons of contaminated groundwater. We have met with the community and various city departments to discuss the substation's appearance, and we will continue this partnership with the East Boston community and city leaders to discuss alternative designs. We're presently reaching out to East Boston artists for ideas on how to beautify the substation's facade, like we did outside of our Mystic substation in Everett. We're committed to serving the needs of all of our customers, and the construction of the East Eagle substation will ensure the safe and reliable delivery of electricity to our neighbors in East Boston. From all of us at Eversource, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you all for viewing. With me here this evening, I have several colleagues on the panel, including Robert Clark, Director of Transmission Business Operations, Robert Andrew, Director of Systems Solutions, John Zico, Director of Capital Projects Engineering, Mike Zillick, Senior Environmental Engineer, and Erin Engstrom, Senior Community Relations Specialist. Following this evening's agenda, we will address the 3 discussion topics, beginning with my colleague Bob Andrews, as he will address evidence for need and usage of the substation and potential alternative energy sources that were considered for this project. Bob?
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Put a thumbs up. Okay, super. Hi, well, my name is Bob Andrew. I work for Eversource. I am Director of System Solutions, which I think is a real cool title to have. But what happens is I am involved in the planning of the electric transmission and distribution system. The substation that's proposed for East Boston is needed based on load forecasts for the Chelsea, East Boston area, not load forecasts for Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Connecticut, as is done as part of the ISO New England forecasting method. As an update to some of the information that was provided earlier, there is a 2020 load forecast out there beyond the 2019 load forecast. And the 2020 forecast actually shows loads beginning to grow in the future as the effects of strategic electrification start to take hold. Strategic electrification is part of the city's vision for the 2050 carbon neutrality, as transportation is transferred, if you will, from fossil fuels to electric, as home heating is transferred from fossil fuels to electric. The simple truth is that any urban area cannot generate internally all the electricity it needs to supply itself. It's going to have to come from distant sources. And in fact, the City of Boston's 2050 carbon neutral plan basically spells out in it that one of the fastest way to reduce carbon for the city is for people to procure electricity generated from carbon-free sources, such as offshore wind, etc. Well, the truth is those sources are distant from Chelsea, East Boston, Cambridge, any kind of neighborhood. And they have to be transmitted through a transmission and distribution system to the people who are going to use them. And hopefully it's a reliable transmission and distribution system. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to prepare the electric system for the future to meet the load that's there, to meet the anticipated changes that are coming in the next 5, 10, 15 years as we move forward to try and get to a better electric system that uses less carbon, all in all. We've had some discussion, I think, about the fact that you could do it with rooftop solar. The Chelsea East Boston area currently has a little over 6 megawatts of solar installed out there, which is great. There's another megawatt in the queue, which means people have come forward with plans to build that, and that's great also. Now, we can compare that with the simple fact that the Chelsea East Boston area peaks between 8 and 9 o'clock at night, routinely. So solar's contribution to that at 8 to 9 o'clock at night is basically zero. It does help during the rest of the day, but it doesn't help when this area peaks. And that's where the need comes in. Our current load forecasts show that the need for the station begins in 2022 and continues to get worse as we move forward. So Nicole, have I covered all the topics at this point?
Thank you, Bob. The next topic we'll be addressing is the relationship with Massport.
Nicole,
Yes.
I just thought I'd piggyback on that and explain to folks that, you know, now your power now in the East Boston area is supplied by a substation in Chelsea. So we looked at that Chelsea substation to see if we could expand that station, and we could not. So the goal here is now to meet this growing need, to locate this substation closer to where the load is, and to provide a reliable energy source for the residents and businesses of East Boston.
Yeah, I think I can provide a little more perspective on that. 20 years ago, the entire area was supplied from Chelsea by 2 transformers. We had to replace both of those transformers with larger transformers. Then, as load continued to grow, we added a 3rd transformer at Chelsea. As load continued to grow, we couldn't add any more transformation at Chelsea. We'd reached the boundaries of our property and what we could reasonably install. And so at that point, we started to transition to looking to build another substation. So that's a little bit of the history.
Yeah, and I'll add just one more point. Folks talked about this being ancient infrastructure, but I think Bob hit on a really important point, that what this type of infrastructure does is allow for these older oil burning or fossil fuel emitting plants to shut down, like those plants in the neighborhood in Everett. And we can bring in power from more cleaner energy resources. And also, this substation will facilitate that delivery of the solar power that Bob is talking about when it's generating at its peak time.
Thank you. At this time, Councilor Edwards, do you want to open it up for comments or questions?
Was that all your
panels? No, we were going to address the remaining topics.
Oh, if it's okay, Councilor Flynn, I'll go ahead and let them completely finish.
Sure.
The next topic we'll address from this evening's agenda is the relationship with Massport and the usage of Massport's land for substations. Bob Clark will address those topics. Bob?
I'm sorry, Nicole, this is Massport. Yes. So the use of the Massport substation, first off, the Massport substation is a customer substation. It's a substation that's they are providing to serve their load within their area. You know, when we look at this substation that we're building, Nicole's video kind of said it well. We had a location. We had a substation located on Bremen Street that we were going to use for future load growth in the area, that site, because it was an older substation that had been shut down. When we were asked to move the substation to a different location, we worked with the city and found that parcel near the Channel Fish facility on East Eagle Street. That parcel was ideal because it was even closer to the load center and closer to the transmission lines that we'd be bringing into the station. And from that perspective, and from the city's perspective, it was in a more industrial type area. From that perspective, it really facilitated the needs for us and helped the city for its goal of getting it out of the residential area there near Bremen Street and And so they could build the East Boston branch of the public library. So when we moved over to that location, and as we've talked about, we went through the whole siting board process, as the order included a condition where we move the parcel from that site over. So we really weren't going to a private party looking for a different parcel. We had originally had a parcel to build the substation on.
Thank you, Bob. Councilor Edwards, I think at this time we've hit on all three of the topics from tonight's agenda.
I think we had, if I remember, and folks, I tried to send over kind of topics to Eversource to get them kind of to be more prepared. So I sent over, I want to say, the usage question, the Massport or relocation of it, and I think it was alternative designs. Did you talk about solar and other locations? And then finally, if I think part of the process, and I think it would be worth addressing at this point, is the inclusion or lack thereof of folks who do not speak English.
So I'm fairly new to Eversource. I've been here for almost 3 years now. And in my tenure with this project, we have provided some translation services in every meeting that I've attended, including our documents that we've sent out to the community. Additionally, the Energy Facilities Siting Board in their hearings have offered translation interpretive services for our Spanish-speaking community members.
Okay. Councilor Flynn, if it's okay, I'd like to actually just quickly read into the testimony. If you're finished, Nicole, Eversource is finished right now.
Well, there was a question about solar or other types of generation.
Yeah.
You hear that, Councilor Edwards?
Right.
Yeah, and I tried to address that a little bit, but I just expand on that. We are, Eversource does invest in rooftop type solar and provides considerable incentives for that, for energy efficiency and those types of projects. But the type of solar facility or additionally a battery storage facility that would make this that would meet the need that we're seeing in this area would take up a considerable amount of acreage and be very, very expensive. It just isn't a viable solution to meet this need in this area.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, if I may, one, I wanted to address Massport's absence, and then I do have questions. And I didn't know if you were okay. Did you want to go ahead and start with councilor questions to Eversource?
Yes. Well, you can begin, Councilor Edwards, or whatever you think is appropriate.
Thank you very much, Councilor Flynn. Yep. I just wanted to note, I did personally invite and called and spoke with Massport to have them come testify today. They chose instead to send written testimony, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs long. And I will just read the beginning and also the end of it. But basically, this is from Chief Executive Officer Lisa Wayland. I'm writing in response to your invitation to submit written testimony of Boston City Council's Committee on City and Neighborhood Services regarding distribution in East Boston and the proposed substation in the Eagle Hill neighborhood of East Boston. This proposed substation is separate and distinct from Massachusetts Port Authority's or Massport's planned switching station. The nature of these differences is outlined below. I will then read their outlined differences. I want to be clear. I spoke with Massport and asked them to testify because their board meeting minutes, as well as their PowerPoint presentation, called what is to be built on their land the new Eversource substation. And they had committed money to building it. No one doubted that they were building it for their extension of Terminal E, but it was in that first conversation last year that they used the term switching station. They are now committed to using that term. Back to the letter. There are very distinct differences between switching stations and substations. Substations house electrical transformers and operate on various voltage levels. Switching stations have no electrical transformers and operate on a single voltage level. Unlike a substation, which offers a significant component of transmission reconfiguration, the primary goal of Massport's switching station is to provide electrical feeders and an additional redundancy source. It is solely a distribution system between Eversource feeders and our terminal facilities. Substations are built, owned, and maintained by a utility company. Massport is building and will maintain its new switching station. Finally, beyond the distinction of operation of the two types of stations, substations typically require close to an acre of land to be developed. The Massport-owned switching station will occupy less than 1/10 of an acre of Massport land. I specifically spoke with them. They had said that about the same thing to me on the phone. I said it would be great if you made yourselves present to answer any questions that some of us may have, particularly about their analysis of the size of land needed, considering that even on this site, the size of the substation has grown 10,000 feet and originally was proposed to exist on 1/3 of an acre, not the acre that they say is required. So it's disappointing. I said that to them, but luckily there are other ways of making sure that we're very clear about what the switching station is. If there's a difference, I had asked if they could be combined. Could they not demonstrate some good neighborly attempt to ease the burden on our community and take it on their industrial land in a way that both services their needs and also helps the folks of East Boston? That they seem not to be open to that. And so they seemed also very committed that there's no way it can happen. So luckily for FOIA and public records requests, I'll be submitting as many as possible about the switching station and the potential that is able to happen at Massport. That is going to be my response to this. I think inadequate and 4-paragraph response is one of the greatest challenges of our community in generations is the substation. So I think we deserve a little bit more than that. So that's what I have to say to Massport's response. Specifically to Eversource, this is a matter of data, then I'm curious, where is your data that supports the increase in usage? I mean, you said ISO is specifically about New England. So what is your data? And is it really redacted that one person couldn't read it directly as to demonstrate that there is an increased need in East Boston?
Okay. I don't have the actual EFSB document in front of me, but it's my memory and my belief that our load forecasts were not redacted. The parts that were redacted relate to the ISO New England study and show things that show diagrams of the system where circuit breakers and loads are related to. But I don't believe we redacted our load forecasts.
Are the most recent the data that you're using is the most recent data? Can you make it available to us?
The current load forecast?
Sure. The one that you are using, Eversource specifically, not about ISO, but specifically about Chelsea and East Boston. I think you discussed that one. Can you make that available?
I can take the request back, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, and I think what you'll see is, I think as folks have been saying, the ISO forecast has been somewhat flat when you're looking across the region. But even within Massachusetts, that's different. And we're showing load growth in this area, and we can share I think it's in the half a percent range or more in this area, as opposed to the slight decline you're seeing from the ISO. And as Bob said, in the recent ISO forecast, now you're seeing trends going up toward the latter part of the forecast because of the electrification of the grid. of the communities.
Yeah,
Yeah,
think
but I guess I want to make sure I'm clear about the commitment made. Not that the requests go back to Eversource, but
No.
that we actually get the data. Is there
Yeah.
a commitment going to be made that we'll get the most updated data from Eversource that they're using to demonstrate that the usage in East Boston is increasing? That's the ask. Yes, we're going to get that data. That's what Clark has said. When will we get the data?
We should be able to provide that next week.
Wonderful. And I assume it will not be redacted.
It will not be redacted.
Thank you. Moving on to non-wires alternatives and distribution, what analysis or what memos do you have to show that you actually analyzed non-wire alternatives for this particular area?
Okay, well, when we present any project today, forward for siting reviews, that is always the question that's asked, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are the non-wires alternatives? And in fact, the first question is, why can't you do it with solar, right? And the simple answer is the sun doesn't always shine, and solar panels take about 5 acres of land for 1 megawatt of capacity. And in an urban environment, land is a premium. You simply don't have it. The other thing that always comes up is, well, why can't you do rooftop? And the truth is, or any entity, I can't force you to put a solar panel on your roof. I can't force you to put a battery in your basement. And a lot of the presentations that people are making are based on studies that are doing that. They're assuming they're going to be able to put a solar panel on somebody else's roof and put their battery in somebody else's basement or closet, etc. Because the truth is, batteries, when you cycle a battery, you lose 15% of the energy that's involved. You lose energy when you charge it, and you lose energy when you discharge it. So batteries are a losing proposition from an energy equation to begin with. And batteries don't carry a lot of megawatt hours. They're not energy dense. You can't put a lot of electricity into that battery. So you need a lot of them.
But just to be clear, right, I'm not assuming that the non-wire alternatives are for power generation. It's for distribution. Maybe I'm confused.
Well, I guess when we say non-wires alternatives, then that either means you're building conventional generation, gas or oil fired generator, or you're putting up solar or wind, generation. You can have combined heat and power, installations. We do see universities, hospitals where CHP units are very effective. But beyond that, the other alternatives are energy efficiency upgrades. And the state of Massachusetts has one of the most aggressive energy efficiency, programs in the entire country. We're consistently ranked #1. So it's hard to do better than being #1.
Well, if the #1 means we don't need a substation, then that means we can do better. That would be the best.
Yeah.
I have a question now. I understand that the ISO had.
ISO.
Thank you very much. Had recommended is kind of the prompter of saying that we needed this initial energy increase, or that we needed additional energy infrastructure, I'll say, in East Boston. And that it was, they indicated it, not necessarily Eversource.
No, that's not correct.
So who came with you need this more than you think?
There are 2 issues at play. One is an ISO issue, which relates to the strength of the transmission system up the North Shore. All right. And the other side is the need for a new substation in East Boston. And what Eversource proposed to ISO was to integrate these together. The ISO needed a new line from Mystic to Chelsea. All right. If we had just built that, and then we said, okay, we need a new substation in East Boston, then we would have had to build 2 lines from Chelsea to East Boston, right? What we proposed was 1 line that runs from Mystic to East Boston and back to Chelsea in a loop. So there is much less construction, lower cost to do it that way.
I guess who said East Boston needs more energy infrastructure? That's my question.
Eversource.
Eversource said that.
We came forward with the project, yes. And it was
And
our
who-
proposal to the ISO that it would be the least expensive way to address both problems if we solve them both at the same time with the Mystic, East Boston, Chelsea line.
Who indicated to Eversource East Boston has a problem?
We see that ourselves in our planning process. Every year, when we redo our load forecast, we check the load forecast against our substation capacities out in the future and see where our problems are. We did that as part of the process that brought the Seafood Way substation into the South Boston waterfront area, the Electric Ave substation into the Brighton area, and the proposed new substation in Cambridge.
Was a transformer ever part of this infrastructure, or did you immediately and only consider a substation?
No, when we knew we needed more capacity at Chelsea, you know, then we in the past we added the 3rd transformer. So the first question you ask, and it's a person like me who proposes it to a person like Mr. Zico, can we put a 4th one in? And we also bring our distribution engineering people into the equation too, because they have to run the cables through the streets to get to the load. All right. And so basically when we sat down to have those discussions, we knew we had no more space at Chelsea for a 4th transformer. So then the issue was, okay, then it looks like we're going to need another substation. Where is it going to go, or where should it go? And how do we supply it? And so we have 3 questions. How do we get where does the substation need to go itself? How do we get the transmission supply to the substation? And then how do we integrate the substation into the underground distribution facilities that are already there?
So educate me, was a transformer not a possibility in East Boston?
Well, the only way to get a transformer is to build a new substation in East Boston.
Very well. So it would have to be part of the substation.
Correct. It transforms the energy, literally transform the energy from transmission down to distribution. It connects the 2.
Can you explain why the initial proposal, when it was closer to the local business, Channel Fish, when it moved over across the lot, it grew 10,000 square feet?
I don't know the answer to that. I guess I can throw that to Mr. Zico or Mr. Clark, maybe.
Yes, Mr. Zico, can you please address Councilor Edwards' question?
Certainly I can. Sound check, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
So during some of the opening remarks to this hearing, there was mention made of a duct crossing or a cable crossing between Chelsea and East Boston under the Chelsea Creek. That duct crossing turns up in the middle of the proposed new substation location. There are 2 manholes in there, and we cannot build over those because for obvious reasons, we need to access the infrastructure that's in the manholes. So those are almost, if you will, like a no-build zone, and we had to build around them, and that made the footprint of the proposed location grow.
So you increased the size because of infrastructure that was existing that you had to build around?
That's correct. We are not increasing the amount of equipment or the rating of the equipment from the original location to the proposed new location. It's just that there's if you will, a no build zone in there. We can't, an area that we can't obstruct for future maintenance.
Do you, can you tell me how small a substation can be? What's the least amount of space it could take up?
Well, we have, depends on a number of things to try to compare it to what we have proposed for East Eagle Street. We have the Seafood Way substation is a comparable electrical capacity, and that's on approximately 23,000 square feet. We have gotten them down where we've gone into multi-story buildings where we've gotten them down to much less than that, 10 to 12,000 square feet. But again, the choices are fundamentally build out or build up. And it's usually a balance between the two.
So you could build on a smaller footprint, but you just go higher, is what you're saying?
Yes, for a single story, single level substation, if you will, that's about this electrical capacity, you're at about the practical minimum of what you can build without going into a multi-story building.
You mean the original build out, right? Because this one is larger because of certain physical attributes, but the original one I think was only 16,000 square feet, 26,000 maybe?
What I intended to convey was this amount of electrical equipment.
Okay. I think I want to be very clear when I walk away from here, understanding that a smaller, for the capacity that we're dealing with, a smaller footprint of 10 to 12,000 feet is possible, but it requires a height for us to go higher. Correct?
That's correct.
For a single story building, the capacity, again, excluding the physical attributes that you're building around, which caused, I guess, the building to get bigger, excluding that, the original size of, what was it, 26,000 feet, I want to say? That is the practical minimum for this capacity for single story. You go wider.
I'm sorry, Council. I believe the original location was less than 26,000 square feet.
I think so. Wasn't it like 16,000 square feet? It was 16,000 square feet.
That number seems to stick in my mind, Councilor.
Yes, yes. I apologize. I was just looking at my notes.
Yep.
So,
No
but
worries.
that's the practical minimum for a single story for this type of capacity.
That's correct.
Okay, and the smallest is 10 about, but it has to go higher.
Yes.
Okay. And so tell me about the communication. So on all of these things, I'm assuming you have communicated, researched, and studied. So is any of that data available to the public to look at, your studies and understanding of the size increase of the usage data? Like those things I think are extremely important to be made available for folks to be able to truly see how you've assessed this impact, because I think it's been readily clear people do not feel safe, do not feel that the analysis has been done, feels like in many cases it was already in the tank and that this is planned and done before. And so it was just a matter of just getting the project through as much as possible. So what I think helps with trust is transparency. So any documents that you have that back this up, your analysis, I think it's time to show. It's time to show and provide. I'm curious specifically also about your the documents that you do have provided, your website, any way in which you're front facing with the public. How many languages is it in?
3 languages: Haitian Creole, Portuguese, and Spanish.
And this is generally, so the specific information about this project is available in those 3 languages?
Yes, on the website.
What's the website address again?
You want to go to www.eversource.com. Scroll down to the bottom. And I apologize, I have to walk through this with you guys as I do this.
It's quite all right. I appreciate it though. I do appreciate it.
Okay, I'm on the Eversource website. From here, you want to scroll down. Projects and infrastructure under Here to Help You. It's in the middle column there.
Mm-hmm.
Transmission, excuse me, projects.
Mm-hmm.
Massachusetts transmission projects. And in that group of projects there, you'll see the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea project.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that walkthrough, and we'll just make sure that we can direct folks there. Actually, Nicole, would you mind typing in that address in the chat? That'll go to everybody.
Sure.
My other question is your communication with Massport and whatever serious consideration there actually was, if there ever was any, in combining the two and not having the substation in the middle of a residential area and having it instead on the airport's land.
I can try to answer that. I think I had said earlier, really, we didn't have discussions with Massport about locating on private property because we already had that substation property on Bremen Street. So our focus was to build the station there. We had a location for the station that we thought would work. And when it was then moved, we actually thought that was a better location for the station. So, this has been going on, as you know, for a long period of time. We got it to that, what we thought was a better location in the agreement with the city, and we moved forward with locating the substation in that area because it was near the load center and we thought it and near the transmission lines.
Mm-hmm. If Massport was willing to let you build the substation on their land, would you?
That's a difficult question because this substation is needed, and we need to get moving with the construction of this substation. So if we could miraculously design a substation and build it, in the same time frame, that's really the only way we could do that. Because as Mr. Andrews said, we need this capacity by 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Reliably meet the loads, and we could not. You saw how long this siting board process has taken. We filed in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
We're here in 2020, and we're still waiting a final decision. So I don't think practically moving the station, I don't think it's practical now to try to move the station.
No matter, even if there was another alternative location that the community was okay with.
True, because there's all the review of that site, how to engineer that site. These aren't cookie cutters that you can pick up and drop in different areas. Depends on the area. Now we've already constructed the Mystic to Chelsea transmission line that would be tapped underneath the Chelsea Creek to come over to the East Eagle site. So we're concluding the construction of that transmission line, and that's what would be then used to serve this substation.
So, and it's my understanding the construction of this substation is paid by the ratepayers, right? So the consumers of that energy transformed, correct?
That's correct.
So if those consumers in East Boston are asking you to move it someplace else and you have the opportunity to move it, doesn't seem to cost you anything but time. So again, I'm going to ask you, if that's all it's costing you is time, and if there is an alternative location available at Massport, would you move it there?
Again,
okay,
I think.
Can I take a little bit of this, Bob?
Go ahead, Bob.
The ratepayers who will pay for this investment are all of the ratepayers in Eastern Massachusetts under what used to be, say, NSTAR. All right, not strictly the people in Chelsea and East Boston. And so one of the burdens we have when we go to the DPU for siting is to show them that we have proposed a project that is reasonable on cost. So relocating the project now to Massport would mean we'd have to extend transmission lines over to the airport, and we'd have to build the distribution infrastructure back to the residential areas, I guess, or, back across Route 1 to interconnect to the existing underground lines that are there.
But all of that would be paid for by the ratepayers.
All of that would go into the cost of the project, which would go into
So
rates.
again, it's a question of time for you, even though this has been proposed since 2014, but not a question of money. And so I guess I would love to think that we would put, since money's not at issue because you're not paying for it, but by money not at issue, I mean Eversource isn't paying for it, that if there's a safer alternative, and I say if we don't necessarily have it, right? I'm not saying, speaking for Massport, but if there is further up the church on the Chelsea Creek, any other location that the community would feel better and safer with, if it's just costing you time, then why won't you consider it? It seems like I feel like I just heard we've come this far, so it's just hard to change. And if you built for an infrastructure that you didn't have the permit for, the permission for, or the final like green light for, then that seems to be a cost and burden you took on, but apparently we would pay for it anyway if you undo it. But it seems that you have your eyes, mind, and heart set on this location. The community obviously does not. And I guess that's a concern for me. I would want to know that you're a partner in wanting to build for this infrastructure, since you for this energy need, since you identified it, and really want to find a third way if there is an opportunity to find a third way. And with that, I'll let you respond to that. I understand my colleagues are waiting, and I will yield the rest of my time.
Okay.
Yeah, I can just take a shot, Bob. I see two things. We have an obligation to our customers to provide reliable energy. And if we move from this site, we will not be fulfilling that obligation. Secondly, we have an obligation to our customers to do it as cost efficiently as possible. And that making the change now from this site is likely to cost a lot more money. And it's an obligation, as Bob said, to all our customers that are paying these rates. And we have to then convince the Energy Facility Siting Board, who weighs cost, reliability, and environmental impacts, that this will be an appropriate change to make, as they're looking out for the customers that are paying the bill also.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Council Edwards. Next up, I was going to ask Councilor Mejia if she had any questions. Councilor Mejia?
Might be gone.
I texted her a few minutes ago. She was on.
Sorry, I'm here, but I'm on my phone, so I'm using this via my phone. I don't know if you guys can see me.
Yeah, we can see you. Go ahead, Councilor.
Oh my Lord. This is a long, I had to take my daughter to the park, y'all. So sorry that now I'm in a different environment. So I just have a few questions, and this is more of a comment or a suggestion, okay? So once again, I feel like I should point out that when talking about engaging a community like East Boston with so many Spanish speakers, posting the video in English now and waiting until next week to post the video in Spanish isn't good enough. I also have one question. And I think, to be honest with you, one thing is translation and speaking in a language that people can understand. The other is also being mindful that some folks don't even know how to read or write in their own native language. So I really want us to start thinking about how we can be more culturally responsive to folks that we're trying to engage. So I would offer us to be thoughtful about the use of visuals. I mean, maybe even flags, so that people know what language they should pick to watch the video in. But anyways, the question is, okay, sorry, I'm multitasking here. So I heard from Bowden that outreach efforts have been made. Members from our public testimony portion said that they have yet to see any door-to-door outreach. Can you give us some numbers, like about, you know, how many people you reached out to, how many doors you knocked, how many people you connected with, just some real actual data that we can work with? And then how many people do you have going out into the neighborhood to get feedback? How many of them speak Spanish and languages other than English? And again, I think the other piece that I'd like to highlight as one thing in terms of just cultural competency, just making sure that the translation and those folks who are out in these streets also know how to communicate in ways that are culturally responsive to the community that you are trying to engage. So if someone could answer those questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia, for your questions and comments. I completely understand the needs of the city of Boston. I'm actually a person that grew up in the city of Boston myself, in the heart of Roxbury, Mission Hill. I understand the cultural and the diversity within the city. As for outreach with Eversource in the East Boston community, we go approximately 300 feet from the site, but given that this project has been a little bit different than what we're normally used to, we've been going about a quarter of a mile with our mailings and with our door-to-door. We typically have about 2 to 3 of our project outreach folks who go door-to-door and knock and leave flyers. They do not, unfortunately, speak Spanish or any other language. They are English speakers, but everything that we distribute to the community is translated into multiple languages, including Spanish, Portuguese, and Haitian Creole. Sorry, are you having trouble hearing me?
No, I'm having a hard time understanding how it is that the people who are doing the outreach for you, can you hear me? Because I just, somebody
you're
just.
good. You're good.
Okay, because I think Flaherty said that my volume was too low. Or maybe I'm.
No, you're okay,
You're good.
Counselor. You're
Oh,
good.
okay. Sorry, that's what I get for trying to read somebody's text while I'm on my phone and trying to do all this. But I am curious though, in terms of the outreach, if you have people who are not native speakers or who are not even able to speak the language, when you're doing outreach and you're just distributing information, knowing that a lot of folks also fear deportation and fear ICE and just fear the government, period. I'm just curious in terms of who are the folks that you are sending out into these communities to engage the community in these conversations?
Yeah, and we understand that sometimes there are language barriers. Unfortunately, we don't have, like I said, Spanish-speaking outreach folks there in the field. But when we do distribute our materials, on every single item we distribute, we have our hotline number, we have our email address. If someone didn't get the information they needed from the person that came to their door, they can always reach out to the hotline, where we do have folks who can translate their questions, comments, and concerns. Additionally, on everything that we distribute, the website is on there, and the website is translated into Portuguese, Spanish, and Haitian Creole.
I know, but I think, and not to belabor the whole, hello, not to continue to belabor the whole no, that I'm getting attacked by a dog, hold up. Not to belabor the whole issue of access and being able to connect with folks. I just think that there is something to learn here in terms of the who is knocking on your door. And what information is being shared in order for people to really feel like you all have done your due diligence to connect with residents, especially those who are extremely vulnerable and afraid oftentimes to open up their doors. So I would have to say that that's just something for your group, Eversource, right? For you all to really think about the how you can do this differently. In a way that is truly reflective of your intentions to really engage people.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The next councilor up is Councilor Wu. Michelle Wu. Councilor
Sorry, I'm
Wu?
stuck on mute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Flynn, and I appreciate the time of everyone on this now late into Friday evening. So I think, you know, I think
want to be on mute so they don't hear me.
Here,
I gotta go on. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Oh no, go. Okay, now you're on mute. I think it's pretty clear what everyone's positions are, and you know, I agree with the push by the sponsor to kind of emphasize that, you know, what is really the barrier here. I want to ask what would make the situation change when it comes to legislative action or other barriers, right? So is it if the city council were to pass an ordinance, for example, restricting the construction of certain types of facilities, or the state legislature were to, you know, take up some sort of home rule petition, how does that factor into the process? I mean, is that the only barrier, or is that the only way to change the situation? What else would cause you all to change your current position?
Someone from Eversource, can you, Nicole?
Hey, Bob, did you want to take on that question? Bob Clark?
Go ahead, Bob, you're up.
Yeah. So what would it take for us to change our position? I'm struggling with the question at hand. We have to justify the substation and why we're building the substation, the need for the substation. We looked at all types of alternatives and that this was the most cost-effective solution. We went through
So, and I know, again, it's really late on Friday and I respect everyone's time. So I want to keep focused on the actual question. Let me reframe it. So if there were a city council ordinance restricting construction of a substation in this area, for example, would that change your actions and the current plan?
No, I don't think it would.
And could you elaborate?
Well, we got approval from the Energy Facility Siting Board to move forward with the station in this area, and I don't think that local ordinance would change that ability for us to do that, to build that.
And so if there were a home rule petition invoking state law that restricted construction on this site, would that change your actions?
I'd have to see if our legal counsel could weigh in on that.
Okay, and what else is on that list of items that you might possibly be, you know, having had planned for, or what else is in the list of things that would be kind of a something outside of your current planned next steps that would cause you all to change your course of action?
Councilor Wu, if I can interject, I believe we have David Rosenswag on the call with us. He is counsel for Eversource. David, are you here? David?
David, are you on this call?
Kathy, are you here?
They're on the call. They just need to be let into the panel.
Oh. Let's see.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes,
okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. So I appreciate the question from Councilor Wu, and Bob Clark's answer was quite right. And occasionally in the past, there have been city or town ordinances that have attempted to stop projects that had been approved by the Energy Facility Siting Board or perhaps the DPU. And the case law on that is very clear, I would say, and these matters have gone up to the state Supreme Judicial Court, that a municipality cannot act in a manner that's inconsistent with legislation that provides statewide authority to either the DPU or the Siting Board, as the case may be, to authorize these types of facilities. So My suggestion would be that type of ordinance, if it were passed, would be struck down as illegal and beyond the town or city's authority.
And could you, thank you so much, David. That is exactly the answer that I was, the type of information that I was looking for. Could you talk about a home rule petition? So something that would amend state law. Yeah, and I was referring to those types of circumstances that state law and home rule petitions often do get passed and enacted, but not in the area of energy regulation. They have been disallowed and rejected in the cases in which municipalities have tried to forward home rule petitions that serve to inhibit the development of energy facilities that have been approved by the state agencies that are designated with that authority. Okay, and could you weigh in on the Conservation Commission and the City of Boston's sort of remaining steps in the process? I could, but I think maybe Mike Zillick might be better served to do that.
Yes, my colleague Mike Zillick is also on this Zoom call. Mike, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
Hey, Mike, can you please address Councilor Wu's question?
Yeah, so relative to the City of Boston Conservation Commission, we are still in the process of having hearings with the City of Boston Conservation Commission. We've gone through 2 hearings so far. To date, we've addressed the majority of their concerns and issues. The one remaining concern relates to holding this hearing, as well as some final comments on the landscaping plan. So we do hope to proceed with those hearings in the next few weeks to a month.
And what exactly is it that you need from the Conservation Commission at the end of it? What type of permit or exemption or action?
So we are seeking a order of conditions from the Conservation Commission.
Okay. Councilor Wu, may I ask a point of clarification?
Yes, please.
If you don't receive that, those what is it, clarification of, what was it, what were you receiving?
An order of conditions.
If you don't receive the order of conditions, what impact does this have on the project?
So the commission has an option to either approve the order of conditions or deny the order of conditions.
Mm-hmm.
If they choose to deny the order of conditions, they have to state why they deny it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's an appeals process that we would go through the state.
You mean through the state or through the courts? I thought the appeal was to Superior Court.
Actually, it's 2 different appeal processes. One through the Department of Environmental Protection for the state regulations, and another one would be through the court systems for the local bylaw.
Very well then. So just to be clear for folks, and again, I thank you, Councilor Flynn, for your indulgences. And they brought up the CONCOM and this hearing. That is true. They had initially petitioned under our wetlands ordinance, which was passed before them, before they had petitioned. So it does apply. They had, Eversource had petitioned for this conditions, and the CONCOM, having understood that they had not come before the community of East Boston, said, we will not hear you, essentially. They let them speak, but we're not going to make a decision. We're not going to do anything until you go to the folks in East Boston. That was based off our original call for the hearing. And then when they found out the hearing was delayed until another date, they again, despite Eversource and everyone coming to the CONCOM, said, we're going to delay it until this hearing happened. I want to be clear. I understand the conditions were not just that you appear and talk and hear from the community, that the standard still for that ordinance is what you need to meet, right? And that standard would be not to have an unacceptable, significant or cumulative adverse effect upon the resource area values. That the applicant can't have an unacceptable, significant, or cumulative adverse effect on those values, which include health, safety, and welfare of the public. So that is still a standard you have to make or meet in order to get this condition so that you can go forward. Thank you, Councilor Wu, for your time. Sorry.
That was, no, that Councilor Edwards is on a mind meld, so that was the direction that I was heading. Does anyone have comment on what she just said at the end? In terms of the Concom standards and the wetlands ordinance?
Nicole, anyone on your team care to comment?
Yeah, I mean, this is Mike Zellick. I can respond to that initially, and maybe Mr. Zico can add to it from a safety standpoint. We have gone through all the performance standards of the Wetlands Protection Act, as well as the local bylaw. We feel that the project as currently proposed and as currently designed meets all of the performance standards. That there's very minimal amount of work that's actually within jurisdiction. It's just a small portion of the northern side of the station. We're about 75 to 80 feet away from the edge of the creek. We have worked with various city departments to develop a comprehensive landscaping plan that actually improves the amount of wildlife habitat that's along the creek side. So we feel that we have a substantial, comprehensive design that meets all the performance standards.
Okay, so besides the Concom order of conditions, is there anything else that the City of Boston is at all involved with in approvals and conditions before construction?
So there are a few other departments we need to go through as well, including the Public Improvement Commission, Boston Water and Sewer Department, as well as the Parks and Recreation Department.
And what's the Parks and Recreation Department's role?
We're within 100 feet of the park, so they need to review the proposal.
And what could they do if they, I mean, is it just the requirement for review, or is there an opportunity to deny?
I'm not 100% sure on their role. We have met with the Parks Commission several times, and we are in the process of developing the application.
Okay. Okay, so that is very, very helpful for me in terms of understanding the remaining checkpoints and the City of Boston's role within that. I think there's a lot of room for community voice to be heard in these checkpoints, and I, for one, will do whatever I can to support the lead sponsor, making sure that that voice is very much amplified in the remaining important steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Edwards. Councilor Flaherty and Councilor Asabi George are not here, so I'll turn it back over to Councilor Edwards. I didn't offer any comments or questions so far because I'm not familiar with the project per se, but I learned a lot about it listening to everybody. I'm not going to comment on the project. Just want to offer a couple points for the residents of East Boston. You have an exceptional city councilor, someone that knows these issues as well as anybody in the city.
Thank you. I think, you know what, I understand the lateness of the hour, but I do want to give the opportunity for folks if they have any additional public testimony. I think John had raised his hand. You know, while you're looking through, if there's anybody else, I do think it's important that if they have any thoughts or questions about what, you know, Eversource just said. Some of them just heard from you for the first time. Oh, I see, Julie. Julie had mentioned, she had actually raised her hand a little while ago, Julie Abreu. And before we go right to them, you know, there's an issue of safety that I don't think we talked about at all. And so, and I don't think it was in any of your slides. That's probably my fault. I didn't really ask you about that, but I do think it's worth Eversource explaining the safety of the substation. I think, you know, that would be helpful. And then maybe Julie, then John, and anyone else who raises their hand. But that's what I think is important.
No problem, Councilor Edwards. To discuss safety of the substation, I'm going to have my colleague, John Zico, jump back into the discussion.
Thank you. Councilor Edwards, is there a specific facet of safety that you had in mind, or?
I'll try and keep my, you know, I've gotten everything from this causes leukemia. It could blow up. Between the noise. So that kind of infrastructure in a densely crowded neighborhood. So I don't know if you want to talk about the studies on cancer and, if you have a concluding study that says it's perfectly safe, maybe we can start there.
So I guess I'll start with the one that's easy for me because I have no medical or epidemiological background, so I cannot comment on that. I'm not qualified to comment, and I won't, and I would respectfully, decline. As far as, some of the, what I am qualified to speak to is the electrical safety of the substation. There are in the industry, there are codes and there are standards, and those codes and standards are minimum codes and standards. And I emphasize the word minimum for a reason. We, with the construction of this proposed facility, or with the design of this proposed facility, we have gone over and above what minimum code is for the perimeter barrier of the facility, both in height. We've looked at height, we've looked at climb resistance, and we've looked at cut resistance so that people can't, go over it, through it, to a reasonable extent. With regard to the safety, somebody had mentioned explosion. The electrical equipment in the station is protected with 2 high-speed electrical protection systems. On top of that, the transformers have 2 mechanical systems on top of that. And they're also equipped with a high-pressure water mist system. It's a system that we've been using in some of our other stations in the city of Boston, and that system was decided upon with input from the Boston Fire Department.
Thank you. Did anyone from Eversource do any kind of study on cancer on any substation or any infrastructure they built? And I'm not asking this to be difficult. It literally is, when you're an elected official and people come to you saying, I'm scared about this causing cancer, I want to respond. I want to have something to respond. And I do have people saying that. So if people are overreacting, please help me. Or if the issue is not, I'm not trying to be difficult. Again, I literally have people I ask about this issue.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a reasonable question. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Well, one of the issues that we go through in every siting, and I believe we went through it with the Energy Facility Siting Board in this case, is EMF, electromagnetic frequency emissions, right? Electric fields and magnetic fields that come from all electricities. Anytime current and voltage are present, you have those fields. It's been an area of contention for a long time, from some research that was done years ago that seemed to show some causal link between some kind of cancers and that. We go back and forth, with it all the time, but there's been no conclusive evidence presented in any of the siting hearings I've been involved with that showed there was a risk from EMF. In this particular case, this substation uses, it's a gas insulated substation. That's what allows Mr. Zico to build it all in a very small space. So that electric field emissions from the substations are very small and negligible because it's encased, if you will. Anytime current flows, you will also get magnetic fields. And so there are, magnetic field effects. And I believe a report on that is available in the siting records of the EFSB, and that the magnetic field levels are far below the levels that are recommended by international standards for human exposure of this. So those are the main issues that I've personally been involved with during siting of numerous projects. So beyond that, I don't know what other thing people may be concerned with.
Yeah, higher rates of lupus, that the cables emit more EMFs. I think it would be great is there any, I guess I will ask, it's a yes or no question. Was there any study done on the safety, the impact of this substation on East Boston?
Well, I think the studies that were done.
Let me characterize that. I understand the safety of the building and the infrastructure is something you had to study, right? You can't just build electricity somewhere without that. I mean, the impact, reverberating, cumulative, adverse impact effects on health. Were any done by Eversource?
Was there a study done in particular for East Boston and the surrounding area specifically? No.
Yes. No.
Were references to studies that have been done worldwide on the topic there? Yes.
Do you have any study of one of your substations in Massachusetts that's located in a residential area on the health impacts of them?
Well, the studies that are done show the numbers that the station will create, and they are compared to the accepted international standards, that if you're operating below which, there are no measurable health impacts that have been detected by any studies worldwide. So has it been done specifically there in specific locations? No, but have they been done in a bigger sense? Yes.
Thank you. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll yield, Council Flynn.
Yeah, thank you. The next person we have up is Julie Abreu. But before I call on Julie, I just wanted to inform you, I live across the way, across the ocean in South Boston. And we have, in my neighborhood, we have one of the highest rates of lupus of any neighborhood in the country. There's been studies that have proven that. And again, we're only a short distance from you in East Boston. So I just wanted to point that out. Next, Julie Abreu, please.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Julie.
Okay, perfect. So I'm actually hi, there you go. Here I am. I feel like I've been holding this in for a little bit. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. But I really just feel, speaking from someone who has moved to East Boston, now lives here. I just recently got married. I am currently planning on, having children, having my kids live in this neighborhood that I love so much. A community that during COVID-19, I have come so close with, like I said, working with Leo, making sure that we are working, with Sandra in the soup kitchen, providing efforts to people who are in need. And I'm just so frustrated because I have met with so many people who live in this community, and I keep feeling like we are an afterthought. And I need to put this out. And I'm basically echoing some of the points that Julia Mejia brought up earlier. This is it just seems to me like we're an afterthought. Our safety is an afterthought. Our language needs is an afterthought. Here, you have the time to present a video, and we have to wait a week to get it with subtitles. So not going into the how long it takes to make a video, how long it takes to make an edit to it, to add a voiceover in 4 different languages, the amount of money that would cost you to pay a translator for a day to do this project, and then also there's the fact that the money and the cost for the substation is being basically put on the consumers. So this project is really not, from a cost perspective, we've already talked about how this is not costing Eversource really anything besides their time. And I feel like this lack of putting any effort into hiring people to go out and do your community outreach that speak multiple languages, hiring people to be able to work on these projects and address some of the community needs that we have literally been yelling and screaming about. And speaking about it for months. I really just don't understand why it's not sinking in, the inequality, the injustice about the community outreach and making sure that this information is available to people so that people really are aware of what's going on. And then, you know, I'm hearing these like last few points about addressing, you know, safety studies, and I'm wondering why initially the question was brought up. Okay, Lydia Edwards brought up the question of how did Eversource come about this idea that there was a need for the substation, and the response was, well, we, Eversource, decide, you know, we do our own studies about the need for this specific station. So it just sounds to me like you guys do studies for you, for specifically for your need, when it applies to you and when it's convenient for you. But when it comes to really the community, again, like we're in the back burner, we're an afterthought. And I'm speaking again very freely. I apologize if this sounds harsh, but I know that I'm echoing the thoughts and the feelings of a lot of the people in this community that are just frustrated with literally being stepped on, not being cared about, not feeling like they are really worth much when they already have so much that they struggle with. And it just seems insensitive to like hear someone even come up and say, oh, you know, hey, I lived in areas where, and I understand the cultural differences. It just doesn't seem like you guys really understand, or it just seems like in Portuguese, we have a saying, da boca para fora, which means it's the words are coming out of your mouth, but they don't really mean anything. You're just spewing something because you think people want to hear it, but your actions don't reflect what you're saying. And so talking about working with the community and being partners with the community, to me, if we're your partners, we're in an abusive relationship, and we're definitely taking the short end of the stick. And I just can't, I cannot emphasize this enough, how being in this call, I am 100% grateful for Counselor Edwards and everyone who's made sure that we have these interpretation efforts and are listening and really trying to, you know, lead the way. But I really want to see this from Eversource. And honestly, Eversource, you guys make way more money, are much more profitable, considering you're building something and charging your consumers for it and literally just keeping all the profit. You guys could spend some of this profit on making things more accessible to the consumers that you are, you know, charging your rates for. Because electricity is not cheap. I just moved into a 2.5 bedroom apartment from a studio, and my electricity bill literally almost tripled. So it's not cheap. We're paying for it, and the least you could do is make all of this accessible and really listen, not just listen, but hear us and truly take into account the things that we're asking for. So I don't think we need to keep repeating ourselves and saying, hey, you guys are not meeting this need of addressing information to the people in the community in a way that it's accessible. I see that you guys have it on the website, but like we said, not everyone is literate. Not everyone has access to a computer. And really, like, I know this is not the first time that it's been addressed. So yeah, I apologize for the little venting session, but I really just needed to get that out.
Thank you, Julie. The next person we have scheduled to speak, John Walke. John?
Thank you, Counselor. So just, I wanted to ask just a couple questions in relation to what's been said so far, and in particular, the 2020 forecast. I haven't had a chance to really dig into ISO New England's 2020 forecast, but you had said that it's showing the opposite of what it has been showing over these years, that it was an increase. And does it show an increase for Massachusetts? Because my understanding was for Massachusetts, it showed a decrease.
Overall, yeah, overall, it shows an increase. I haven't checked for Massachusetts in and of itself.
So overall for New England, it shows an increase in demand.
Yes.
But for Massachusetts, I think it actually shows a decrease. My understanding is for Massachusetts. Now that might be.
I'd have to go back and take a look at that.
Okay.
From 2019, John?
2020?
2020.
From 2019, you think it shows a decrease?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look up. I don't even recall what the 2019 figure was now.
Yeah, again, I didn't dig in deeply, but my understanding is it's not a lot different 2019 and 2020 in the early years. And as you look out in time, then they're taking into account electrification and the loads start to increase above the 2019 numbers.
Okay. And that's, I mean, one thing for folks in East Boston, this isn't like the first rodeo, as the former MBTA director used to say. And we have a pretty miserable experience of with Massport of hearing forecasts. And in their case, they like to forecast, they like to lowball it. Every year they tell us that their growth is going to be some low percentage, and every year it's an order of magnitude greater. And they usually are putting these forecasts in their environmental impact statements. So that results in there being a whole lot of less forecasted impact. Similarly, from the beginning of this EFSB process, we've been hearing, and I've got to open one of the information requests from the underlying proceedings, where it was a table of 2005 to 2015 summer peak demand for the Chelsea substation. And overall, it was from about 2009 going forward, it was showing sort of bouncing sometimes up and sometimes going down. The last 2 years were a decrease from 2013, 14, 15. They were decreases. I mean, in terms of adding on to Councilor Edwards' sort of menu of data requests, it would be really cool to see this table with the summer peak demand in MVAs for the Chelsea substation from 2015 going forward. Because during that time period, we were being told again and again, like with Massport, a series of estimates that strengthened the argument for the substation. But then as time rolled out, it always played out in the opposite direction. Same deal with Massport and their estimates. So if it seems like people are really pushing ridiculously on you, it's because there's a massive amount of skepticism amongst East Boston residents when it comes to data. And that doesn't apply just to you guys. We also don't trust MassDOT. So that the importance of actually seeing the data, it can't be underlined enough. Also, there was, and I think Bobby had said this, that the advantage of having the substation not where the library now is, but having it over at the East Eagle property, was that it was closer to the load center. Well, is the load center, if 30 something percent, whatever the percentage is, of the electricity was going to the airport, is the load center, it's 48% of the load for supply from the East Eagle station would be for business customers, including Logan, and then Massport alone represents 35% of the total station load. Isn't moving it over to the airport moving it closer to that station load?
Yeah, I think what Bob was referring to is the new location versus the Bremen Street location. It was easier and there was less construction in the streets to integrate the new substation into the existing distribution network and to get the transmission lines to it.
But you will be digging up the streets from the substation, from East Eagle Street over to where the new switching station is going in. There are plans to dig that all up to put in the distribution lines to the airport, correct?
I'm not familiar with, there's existing duct bank infrastructure that gets existing lines to the airport. And I don't know how much new construction we have to do versus how much of that existing infrastructure can be used to facilitate it.
Just because we've had some chats with a contractor who's been out in Neptune Square, East Eagle, and they have drawings of lines that are going through that intersection, a miserable intersection, over to Bennington Street and over to the airport. So could be those lines are existing ones. I mean, they were telling people about that these streets would be blocked off for construction. So that would be interesting to know too, exactly how much construction is going to be going on to put those in there. And actually, in relation to distribution lines, I know this project has got a transmission line that is being paid for by one set of ratepayers, and then a substation that's being paid by a different set, sort of a subset of ratepayers. You mentioned that the substation's being paid for everybody in the service area of N-Star, but then the transmission line is everybody in the Eastern Massachusetts Eversource service area, correct?
Well, no, the transmission line from Mystic to Chelsea is being paid for essentially by everybody in New England. That's why that project's authorization goes through the ISO. They control what's called the regional network rate. All right, and the regional network rate is apportioned to each state based on the state's portion of overall ISO New England load. So that line is a regionalized project. Massachusetts in total is probably on the order of 40% of ISO's peak load. I haven't checked recently, and it does fluctuate a little bit, but it's in that range. The work then to take the line over to the new substation and the new substation itself, the transmission portion of that will go to the Eversource local network rate, which is paid for by customers in the by our customers in the eastern part of Massachusetts. And then the distribution work, the station itself, and the work to tie into the existing duct banks are under the distribution tariff that again applies to that same eastern Massachusetts area.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That answers the distribution line. And how often has, like, the substation now in Chelsea, we're concerned about it reaching its peak operation. How often has that happened? And because that's one of these contingencies, is that it reaches its peak. Every time it hits that, we get nervous about it, or Eversource gets nervous about it. And in the theory of suspenders and belts, we want to make sure we've got backup and that we're ready for that. And the ratepayers appreciate that. So you guys are doing, how often, like, has the alarm bell rang on them reaching peak?
Well, I think what I said earlier is right now we're looking at 2022 for that to happen.
So it doesn't happen now.
And so what our criteria here is that at Chelsea, there are 3 transformers. And if we are to lose one of them, the 2 remaining transformers have to be able to carry all the load. Because it'll take us on the order of a month to get a failed transformer out of service and a replacement transformer in service. And because of the geography of the area, you know, with the harbor and Chelsea Creek and water, and the fact that National Grid is to our north, and National Grid uses different distribution voltages than we do, there's no opportunity to serve load from other places. So that's why it's critical from our point of view to get an additional substation, an additional transmission line in there, and get some capability to move loads back and forth when we have problems.
And I think that actually, and how does it work in terms of coordinating? Because I understand the pocket that we're talking about for this pocket load is like from Lynn down to us. And within that space, there are a number, it's an overlapping service area. So National Grid is up there. I mean, literally the National Grid substation with all the solar panels on it is a David Ortiz home run away from the Chelsea substation. It's basically at the end of the Chelsea Creek in Revere. And then going north, there's smaller substations, you know, at Wheelabrator and at GE, and there's one on the Linway on the waterfront. Not the best location. So when you guys are doing your calculations, you're using your data, your information. Is there an interchange with National Grid to get their data as well? Or is this just based off of your infrastructure?
Sure. The studies that are done to justify regional projects, and the regional project is the Mystic to Chelsea line. All right. We provide our load forecast to the ISO. Grid provides theirs to the ISO. ISO integrates them together with their own load forecast, and then they distribute the loads up that corridor. When the total of the loads in that corridor, ours and National Grid's, exceed 300 megawatts, then the ISO will move forward with a project under regional cost recovery to address that. And that's what you read in the EFSB submittals. All right, that 350 number, I think roughly, was over the 300 megawatt criteria, so that the Mystic to Chelsea project qualifies for regional cost recovery, and it gets socialized across all of New England.
Great. And I think that hit the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. The next person we have that wants to speak is Nina.
Nina Estrada-Luna?
Yeah.
Are you available? Is she coming? Right?
Is Nina here?
She's
No?
here, but she's not in.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Oh, she has to be let in.
Maybe in the interest of time, and go to Paula Garcia. I think she's.
No, I think they're trying to let Nina in now.
Oh, is she in? Good.
Hi, Councilor Flynn. My coworker, Mike Zillick, was somehow kicked out of the Zoom. Can he be let back in as well? Michael Zillick? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. All right, let's go to Elon Levy.
Yes, I can't get can you hear?
Go ahead, you're on. You don't have a good connection.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention my video is not very good, so I'm not going to put it on. But I just wanted to mention regarding the health issue. There was a doctor in Cambridge when Eversource wanted to put an extra substation on Putnam Ave behind the Whole Food by River Street, that was telling us that during the zoning appeal that they went through, that there were new studies that were being done about the electromagnetic effects of substation and of transmission lines, underground submission lines, and that children were affected or seem to be more affected than adults. And so I think it's important and relevant to consider those studies. Obviously, there is not enough of them that have been done to make that a very the most recent and the most important studies that have done, but it is something to take into account. I just wanted to mention it. Thank you.
Thank you. Was this Mr. Levy?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Levy. And I see Mr. Aponte is down here. Joe Aponte.
Hi there.
How are you, Joe?
Doing well, thanks. So I know we're getting late. I'm going to be as efficient as I can, but I'm not going to apologize because this is the first time we actually get our questions answered. So I have 3 different questions, so I'll ask them all now, but if I do need to repeat any of them, I'm happy to. My first question is going to be about emergency response. So when we had our meeting with the Concom, I did raise my concerns about emergency response. I asked what was going to happen if there was an emergency response plan, what that was going to look like, particularly because the police station is going to be located right next to it, right between the proposed substation and the police station. So I guess my first question, because our question wasn't really answered, is what does emergency response look like? What's your plan? And I would really like to hear something more than we're going to follow, BPD's lead, because BPD is going to be exploded by that point. My second question has to do with the amount of work that's already happened. As I mentioned before, there's already an existing pad there that seems concurrent with what's drawn out in the plans. Now, we do know that there's been some remediation work happening that's already happened at the site, but I do want to know what level of construction has actually happened prior to receiving your approvals. And my third question is about mitigation. What mitigation have you offered to the community? What mitigation has been proposed? Because I'm really not seeing any right now.
Nicole, can you take that, some of those questions, or you or your team?
Absolutely. Bob Clark, did you want to chime in on the safety of the substation in our plan if an emergency did arise?
Gee, Nicole, I don't think we have the appropriate experts online to address the emergency response of the station. We do have the company can certainly address that.
Yep. So if you don't have the appropriate personnel to address that, because you haven't at all up to this point, when can we expect these answers, and when can we expect a plan and a report?
Yeah, I think it's a fair takeaway for us to take that back and then let me find that out.
Sure, but that came up in the Concom hearing as well, and here we are several months later, and there's still no answer. So when can we expect one?
I'm unsure right now, but I will take it back and we'll figure it out.
Can you follow up with myself and Councilor Edwards with a date that you're prepared to send that information to us?
Yeah, that's a fair.
I guess one question in return is, what kind of plan are you expecting? Do you have an example of one that you're referring to?
Well, no, I want to know, in the event of an emergency, in the event that that the substation catches fire, in the event that any flooding, like what is your plan? You should have these plans. You should have these plans outlined prior to building the facility.
Okay. Well, I spent 10 years in system operations, so I think I can maybe help you a little bit here. In terms of flooding, if we are responding to an event, a major storm coming up, what we do is dispatch our people to different stations to monitor the situations, and we respond as appropriate to whatever the threats are. So if you want to postulate a threat, then it's possible for us to respond to it.
Okay.
I don't understand your question. It's broad. It's like, if anything happens, what do you do?
I mean,
if I may interject, I think, please. And I apologize, Joe, do you have any study of any response to any emergency from this substation? I apologize, Joe.
No, don't apologize.
Well, we would use the same methods we use in all our other substations.
So did you use those methods here, and did you write them down? Can we look at them? Can we analyze them?
I guess I'm still, what kind of emergencies are you looking at? Say a fire, a person breaking in and being
Let's
hurt?
go with the fire.
What are you proposing?
Let's go with the fire.
Okay. All right. Mr. Zico already explained.
No. I think the question is documentation that you analyzed how you deal with a fire.
Well, a fire would be dealt with the way every fire is dealt with. Somebody calls the Boston Fire Department. Boston Fire Department responds. Boston Fire Department, we work with them all the time about how to approach energized substations and energized equipment. So they know how to deal with the situation where they can apply water, whatever the case may be, in response to the event. That's why Mr. Zico talked about the fact that we have a high pressure mist suppression system, and we've worked with the Boston Fire Department on designing and using those systems. So
Did you work with the Boston Fire Department for East Boston substation?
John, are you there?
I am here. I have not specifically met with the Boston Fire Department on the East Boston substation. We have applied all of the principles that we have discussed with them in regard to, substation in general and their involvement with them.
Okay, so sorry, really quick,
ahead,
let's
Joe.
take another example here. What if a piece of a plane falls on top of your substation and the substation explodes because you are directly under several flight paths?
Okay. I guess the first thing, the piece of equipment that fell would damage equipment, causing electrical faults, right, within the substation. The protective relaying would operate open circuit breakers to isolate the faulted part of the station. Just is the same thing that happens in your home if you have an electrical problem, in your home. It's the same way there. If the detection systems somehow detect that there is fire in there, they would operate and the mist system would go off around the transformers. The electrical switchgear that's there really has very limited flammable components. So it's really the transformers that have the big protective systems around them.
So I really just want to challenge you guys to think specifically about this community, specifically about, air quality, airplane traffic, and all of those things, and how that's going to work into your emergency plan. I think, it doesn't really sound like this is a well thought out, well developed plan. And I really encourage you as your neighbor to really think this through. Okay, so now I have the other two questions about the work that's already taken place as well as mitigation.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. And I know Nina is back. Nina, do you want to?
I'm sorry, I have my other two questions about mitigation and the work that's already taken place.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Joe.
The only work that has taken place on the site is the remediation work.
So can you explain why the pads are congruent with your plans? There's a change in elevation. The pad that there's a change in elevation that is in line with your site plans already. So I'd like to know if there are any pads that have been laid, if there's been any excavation. I'd like to know a little bit more because there's been more than remediation work.
Hey, Mike, can you discuss a little bit, Mike Zillick, the remediation work and how they left the site? Are you on here? Mike Zillick, are you still on? Councilor Flynn, do you know if Mike was let back into the Zoom?
I can just say to respond to the question, there have been no pads built at the site.
Okay, so then what level of work has already happened there?
It has been all the environmental remediation and then, cleanup of the site. And Mike's better at saying exactly what's happened, but we've taken out a lot of contaminated soil and contaminated groundwater.
And Mike is on. He said he just needs to be let back into the discussion.
Kerry, are you letting him in?
He's on a phone at this point. It's a 508 phone number.
Okay.
That's it.
So it's time through a phone number is what I'm seeing. 1 second.
I see him in here. Mike, hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so relative to the work that's already taken place, we did file a notice of intent and received an order of conditions with the Boston Conservation Commission for the significant amount of remediation effort that was already done. We did do a significant amount of excavation on site. We actually removed almost 10,000 tons of contaminated soil down to a depth of 15 to 20 feet below grade. So what you're seeing out there on site is the results of our significant remediation efforts. And the pipes that are sticking up out of the ground are the groundwater monitoring wells that we're continuing to monitor the groundwater. But all that work has been approved and by the Conservation Commission.
Okay, so it sounds like it's been a little bit more than just the remediation work if you're also talking about excavation.
Well, the remediation work was excavation, yes. We excavated 10,000 tons of hazardous waste contaminated material and took it offsite and brought in clean fill.
Okay, thank you. And then my third question about mitigation for the community.
Yes, on January 14th, we held an open house to discuss the aesthetics of the substation and how we want to incorporate the community feedback, as well as an artist from the East Boston area to help bring some color and life to the substation through art. And we're working with the community in that form of mitigation to work on the substation facade and the aesthetics.
Who specifically in the community are you working with?
We invited all residents to the meeting on January 14th, everybody within a quarter mile.
There, but who specifically in the community are you working with? You said since then you've been working with the community. So I'm just curious to know who.
We're working with the community. So we have it outlined to come back out in the community once COVID-19 allows us to do so and have further discussions about the aesthetics of the substation, including a call for artists that we talked about during that January 14th meeting.
And what's outreach going to look like? Because I didn't receive any of your outreach and I'm just next door.
Okay. So we door hang every door, especially within 300 feet. We also put outreach in the newspaper. We were in, I think, 4 different newspapers, including multi-language news articles. We went as far as Everett and Chelsea. We were in the Chelsea Recorder. We had some ads in an Everett newspaper. Additionally, we post on the website. We mail out flyers. So we do a variety of outreach in order to let the residents know that we're doing these types of meetings.
Okay, and then one other question, just for my own curiosity, I did receive probably in December or January, I did receive a flyer in the mail that said that the substation was already approved. Can you talk about which approvals you're discussing? Because as far as I know, the most that you have is a provisional approval from the EFSB and no solid green light.
Bob, do you want to take Mr. Aponte's question?
Yeah, I think you're correct, Mr. Aponte, that in November 2017, the substation was approved and the transmission line project was approved, but it was conditioned on working with the city and determining whether we could move the substation from the location near Channel Fish to the other side of the parcel. So it had the station itself, and the need for the station was determined by the EFSB to be sound.
I just want to say, and I understand that I've been here for a little bit now, but I do want to say that it's very dangerous for you to use language like that and for you to confuse, for you to try to confuse a community that is already struggling with the language. It's at best irresponsible and at worst extremely tricky on your part. So I really don't feel better about either of these two questions. I have my third question about mitigation, but I really don't feel better about either of these, the answers to any of these questions that you've left.
All right, Joe, do you want to follow up with your third question, Joe?
Yep. So my third question is about mitigation and what mitigation has already taken place, what additional mitigation you'll be offering the community, aside from working with a local artist on aesthetics.
We have some flexibility a little bit in the plantings and the fence art. We're working with the city of Boston to discuss some plantings over on the left side of the substation if you're looking from the playground, and those forms of mitigation. So some plantings, the fence, working with East Boston artists.
And is there any way to set this edifice back a little bit to allow contiguous green space from in front of the police station straight through the urban wild?
Hey, John Zico, do you mind talking a little bit about the setbacks for the substation and what is available and what isn't?
I mean, we have, yeah, it's as simple as we have basically and fundamentally gone to the limits of the property that the city made available to us. For all intents and purposes, there is no, room to really move around on that site.
So what you're saying is that if the city would allow you to use, let's say, an extra 50 to 100 feet beyond, to the rear of that building, you'd be able to set the building back.
It would require that, that we have more small property to work with.
Councilor Edwards, is there any way that you can check with the city to see if there's anything like that that can be done?
I'll be very frank. I think the conversation about mitigation is a bit premature. I will absolutely check to see. I'm checking to see what can be done about them moving altogether off the site. I do think that it would probably take another process of surplusing land and whatnot in the city of Boston, but I will absolutely confirm it for you, Joe. But to Nicole, you mentioned you were working with the city department for the greenery or something like that. Who in the city are you working with?
That would be the Parks Department. And Mike, if you can chime in a little bit more, I know you've been sort of speaking with these folks pretty often.
Yeah, so there's a couple of mitigation efforts that we're undertaking. The first, just to speak to the mitigation real quick, the first significant environmental betterment that we've already undertaken was cleaning up this underutilized brownfield site. I mean, that was no small task. We removed over almost 10,000 tons of hazardous waste that was just sitting there as a safety risk to your neighborhood. So I wouldn't look past that. That was a significant betterment already to the site. And then relative to future mitigation, we have been working with the Parks Department. We held a city department review meeting with the Parks Department, the DPW.
Who in the departments? Was it with the chiefs? Was who specifically?
I don't have all the names in front of me, but we can get you the meeting minutes or you can reach out to Amelia from the Conservation Commission. She set that up.
So the meeting was set up by the Concom for mitigation with several of these department heads.
It was held at the Conservation Commission office in City Hall.
Okay, I'll reach out to Amelia. Thank you. I think we should move to Nina. Sorry.
Thank you. I'd love my invitation by Councillor Flynn, but I'll take it because it's getting late. And I just have a few comments more really directed at the city councilors, just to help shape a little bit of how to understand some of what we've been hearing for the last 2.5, 3 hours, however long it's been. So as many of you, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Nina Estrella Luna. I'm a soon to be retired political sociologist from Salem State and also a law and policy scholar and public health professional for a long time with a lot of work around social equity and racial equity and environmental justice. So just a few points. One, I live in Eagle Hill, exactly a half mile away from this site. I am completely outside of the apparent zone of information gathering, and yet my neighbors who live on this street are directly affected by this development. They play at that park, they jog over to the urban wild, and they are not going to be informed by any of this, given the expansion to a 1/4 mile, given that that's a public park. So I would encourage you to understand that a 1/4 mile radius around the park is completely insufficient as a communication strategy for a project like this. The second piece, I'm really annoyed, to be frank, about the continued use of a tired old trope around solar panels not being sufficient because they don't work at night and all of that other stuff. I would encourage you to hold those kinds of claims very lightly. It is not in Eversource's interest for any of us to have solar panels on our house and to be participating in more of a net metering strategy. So while it isn't the entire solution, because there is no one solution to climate change and getting to carbon zero, and I was on, by the way, the carbon zero committee as well. I was part of that whole process, the net zero strategy developed by the city of Boston with BU. But they are part of that. And I would basically tell you to kind of ignore those kinds of claims because they are not factual, let's put it that way. And it's not in Eversource's interest to support it either. As a public health professional, one of the things that I find very disturbing is that there has been a lot of just sort of dismissiveness about the noise effects. There is a long and widely held understanding of chronic exposure to noise, especially low-level hum, which is what this particular facility is going to create, and the health effects that that has on people. It affects their sleep, it affects their levels of stress, the kinds of stress hormones that people of color, Latinos, African Americans, Black Americans, immigrants experience that put us at higher risk for things like COVID, as well as heart disease and diabetes and everything else. There is a direct relationship between that and noise exposure, and that is well known in the public health literature. And none of that has actually been properly investigated here. The last point I would make, oh, actually, before I get to that last point, I do want to just highlight, it's Joe's point about the emergency response plan, and Dr. Luna has mentioned this in the chat just now. I don't understand the equivocation and the evasion around that. I think that's completely unnecessary. The city of New York has published its safety plans for its energy facilities. I don't understand why you couldn't just say, you're going to do something, you're going to provide that kind of documentation. It's not like there's no models out there, they exist. The last point I would make is related to the apparent promise to provide the data. And I am not the right person to ask for the actual, to get more specific, but I think that there needs to be a much more specific request for that data, because again, given the equivocation and evasion of specific questions that we've been experiencing the last couple of hours, I think we might get a set of data that actually doesn't allow us to verify the claims. And that is the point here. We want to get data that allows people to verify the claims that there's an increased need for electricity that seems to be completely the opposite of the experience of the trend in electricity use in this neighborhood based on what they're claiming. So those are the few points that I want to make, and thank you very much. I really appreciate that you had this and that you made the translation available. You have no idea how it's obviously new and we're all learning it, but thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you, Nina. The next person we have up is Paula Garcia. Hi, Paula.
Hi, thank you so much, Councillor Flynn and Councillor Edwards again for opening this space for this conversation to understand where everyone is coming from and identify gaps in communication, gaps in data. So I want to share 3 specific points based on what was shared by Bob earlier. The first thing that he was talking about in terms of the alternatives that they consider, I don't know if the only alternative that they considered was rooftop solar. I would like to know if, I would like to understand better what were the alternatives actually that they considered instead of building the substation. And specifically, he was talking about the peak in East Boston that happens between 8 and 9 a.m. And he was focusing on rooftop solar, but we have energy storage. And this is not a sui generis kind of concept, the concept of aggregation using rooftop solar. This is happening in Vermont. More than 500 residents were using solar plus storage that was being used by Green Mountain Power. There is a specific project that Rocky Mountain Power is building right now based on residential solar plus storage, using more like something around 600 units. I mentioned the example that we're going to have this company called Sunrun participating in the capacity market starting from 2022, using 5,000 residential solar plus storage, and the list keeps on going on. So this is already happening. And then it goes to the other point that Bob mentioned on this effort for a strategic electrification, which I hear is a very important component in terms of like how we fight the climate crisis, but it goes hand in hand with decarbonizing the grid. And Bob, you also mentioned that land is premium. So what about if we take advantage of the built environment? We know that East Boston has more than 100 megawatts of rooftop solar potential. And I think it was Clark, but maybe I don't remember clearly. You mentioned that around 6 megawatts is what we have of solar in East Boston already, and that 1 megawatt is in the pipeline. Well, that's not even 10% of the rooftop potential that we have in East Boston, and it's a great opportunity a golden opportunity to take advantage of that potential as we are decarbonizing the grid. And then my third point goes to energy storage specifically, and you mentioned that the technology is not there. So I think that there is a gap in the conversation, because we know from so many examples across the country where energy storage is being used and is working at small and large scale. And specifically in Massachusetts, we already have a target of 1,000 megawatt hours of energy storage by 2025. We already also have the SMART incentive, and in the pipeline of projects that have classified, we have 362 megawatts of projects that have classified under the storage component of that incentive. And in addition, we have the Clean Peak standard, which purpose is to address the peak in Massachusetts, and storage is expected to be a key component of that picture. So I feel that there is a gap in the data, in the information that is being managed by the developers, by the utility, by the administration. The storage is working. I don't know why you are saying that the technology is not, because it's working and is being implemented at large scale already. So just an invitation to be creative, to be innovative, to search for other opportunities, and to take advantage of the built environment as we decarbonize the grid and fight the climate crisis and attend the concerns of the environmental justice communities in our backyard. And we use our resources effectively. We're going to a pandemic right now. We are going to an economic crisis. We don't have so much money, so we should be optimizing how we use ratepayers' money, especially now. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula, for your comments. They were excellent. With that, I don't think we have anyone else, Council Edwards, that's looking to testify. But if there is someone looking to testify, we have more time, so I'm not going anywhere. If anyone wants to testify, I only have another 2 hours left. That's all I have though, guys, all right?
Folks, if you want to, you can raise your blue hands. I think though that was the amount of folks. I'm checking with on the my team. Yeah, that's all we have in terms of our list.
When I see Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, were you looking to ask a question?
Oh, no, I'm still on here. I just wanted to, I see that you're looking for other people to testify. I'm just not sure if we're ready for last remarks. I've been listening in and trying to just get a sense of whether or not we're going to be going into closing remarks, or it seems like we've hit our, no more testimonies, it seems like.
Yeah, Councilor Mejia, do you want to take this opportunity to give closing remarks?
Well, I'm using my phone, guys, and I don't know if you could see me.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh my God, wait a minute. Oh, I can see myself now. No, I mean, I think I'm so grateful to both Councilor Edwards and Flynn for hosting this. And, this started at what, 3:30? I feel like I'm ready for round two. But I'm really curious as to whether or not anything that we have said has inspired Eversource to rethink and reimagine how we move forward, recognizing the voices of the people. I'm just curious about that. That's the only thing that I would like to, and I'm new in this, this is the first time that I have done this type of hearing. But I think that the advocates who have been on the ground organizing and helping to uplift the voices of the people should not be unnoticed. And I think we as a council have a responsibility and an opportunity to make sure that anyone who's doing business in the city of Boston recognizes that for us, all means all, and everyone needs to be heard. And I'm hoping that you'll take what you've learned here tonight and today. I feel like all day that we've been here to really do right by the people, Eversource. I'm going to hold you accountable to that, okay? And thank you all for your steadfast advocacy.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. So I'll send it off to Councilor Edwards to close this out, but I'll just offer some very brief remarks, if that's okay. I worked with Councilor Edwards for the last 2 years on many issues, but especially language access issues. And we spend a lot of time reaching out to various immigrant communities across not just our districts, but across the city as well. So I'm proud to work with Councilor Edwards on that issue. But just as an example, I have 5 people on my staff, and 4 of them are women, and they're women of color, and they're immigrants, and they came to this country without speaking English. I specifically wanted people on my staff that could communicate in many languages. So I couldn't do my job as a city councilor, represent my constituents, if I couldn't communicate with them. I can only speak English. My staff can speak many languages. But imagine how my constituents would feel if I wasn't able to communicate effectively with them. If I had only people on my staff that could speak English, I'd be ineffective as a city councilor. I would just be collecting a paycheck and not doing anything. And that's about the last thing I ever want to do. The only reason I'm saying this is Eversource, you have to do a better job. You have to do a better job on language access. If myself and Lydia can hire people that can speak many languages, $1 billion company like Eversource can do better outreach than we can do. So we need you to do a better job and to be a better neighbor to the residents of East Boston, to a better neighbor to the people of Chelsea as well. With that, I want to offer closing remarks to Councilor Edwards.
I have to say, honestly, thank you to Councilor Flynn and my colleagues who've come through this entire conversation. It's certainly a difficult time to pull anyone together, but I think I could not be more proud to be the city councilor of East Boston. I could not be more proud of this community that I represent, and the fact that we are on this call or on this hearing for 4.5 hours, and we have asked the questions, and it's because we care so much about our future. We are deeply concerned about this substation. There is no trust right now that the infrastructure that's being built, the need for that infrastructure, or the fact that it is being built in the best way for the future of East Boston, that Eversource is meeting any of those standards. And it's been a mistrust has been built after mistrust because of the exclusion of the community, much of the community, due to the language barriers, to the fact that Eversource, even in attempts at community outreach, has explained that they didn't use people who don't speak English. This is deeply concerning. I come from community organizing. If you truly care about East Boston, you will truly meet East Boston where she is. We are a multilingual, immigrant, working class community. And so what that means is you hire people who reflect that community and work within the community. The PPE aside, that is not a direct working with the community. You more than need to do better. You've absolutely insulted the community with the outreach attempts and the way in which you did it. And so I have to say, I'm deeply disappointed in that. I hope at least you will learn from that moment, from this particular conversation, that you need to get with community organizers, you need to work with them, and you need to know how to communicate directly with the community appropriately. We're not accepting the fact that we need this Eversource substation. And the fact is, you were the judge, jury, and executioner on this particular project, and you're also going to be the biggest profiteer. You pay nothing for this. We pay everything. And generations of either green space lost, and infrastructure that is permanent, and a design that we already find very ugly. You can throw as much paint on it as you want. It will not change the fact that we do not want it in our community. This hearing has only further deepened my distrust and concern that this is ever going to be a project that will work within our community, or that Eversource really even cares to bother to work within our community. But to Eversource's credit, they showed up. They showed up for 4.5 hours, unlike Massport, who I do think have a stake in this conversation. And I do think that they are building a substation. And while they may change the size and whatnot, it is for infrastructure, and they could have and could at least demonstrate that they are willing and open to consider being the best neighbor possible, because they are also a permanent neighbor. Honestly, you picked, I guess, East Boston didn't land on Eversource. Eversource is trying to land on East Boston. You picked our community. Our community has taken on bigger and longer fights against Massport with this airport. We are a community that is not going to back down. So I ask you to seriously consider. I understand that you are zero and focused in on coming in here, but is it worth it? Because we're not going to allow this to happen. We're just not. And we will take the time necessary. We will go to every single step and committee and concern within the city of Boston that is necessary. We will do what we can to slow this down. We will do what we can to deny you access and the ability to move. And so I would ask you as a business decision, and honestly, as a company, wouldn't it make sense to think of another location? Wouldn't it make sense at this point to say it's never going to be okay with East Boston? Maybe it's time for us to think of another location. So I'm going to say that I'm going to recommend to the chair of the committee that this not be reported out, that we hold it within the committee. I think there's several working sessions and concerns with the Boston Groundwater Commission, the impact on our groundwater and how they're building infrastructure by digging down. I think we need to definitely talk with the PIC. We also need the Parks Department eventually to obviously have to testify about what communications they've been having with Eversource, if at all they communicated that they approve or will be approving any form, and what standards they're using as well. Thank you very much, Councilor Flynn, for your time. Thank you to everyone, including the folks from Eversource, for coming, hearing, listening the entire time. But I think that this is the beginning of a long fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards, for your closing remarks. And as Councilor Edwards mentioned, as the chair of the City Neighborhood Services, I'm going to keep this in my committee for potential working sessions down the road. Again, this meeting tonight is closed. Thank you.
Oh, Eddie, before you go,
Yep.
before we all go, please, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot. Gabriela Herrera, the interpreter,
Yeah.
if she could, if you're able to say anything at all at this point, but the fact that she has done, I don't know, I mean, thank you. We owe you beer, wine, chocolate, cards, everything. Thank you so much, Gabriela.
Gracias for,
Yeah, thank you.
for having me.
Muchas
Thank you.
gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you to Gabrielle and to the interpreters, but also to central staff that were here so late
Yes.
on a Friday night. I want to say thank you on behalf of myself and Lydia. Say thank you to central staff, anyone that was affiliated with making this meeting possible.
Thank you.
We appreciate.
Por hacer esta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Muchas
Thank you,
gracias. Pasen
everyone.
buenas noches. Feliz Día del
Be
Memorio.
safe.
Buenas
Bien.
noches a
Safe over the
todos.
Besote a
weekend.
todos.
Buenas noches a todos. Gracias.
Bye.
Bye.
Buddy.